Okay, just check my audio, etc. Okay, we seem to have some sort of input from your end. That's good. Okay, just so everybody knows, on live stream, this is the, well, let's not announce anything. Yes, that's right. Let's keep it all secret. Okay, we're recording. Just getting my screen lined up. And let's make the announcement. Whoops, there goes the screen. But that's okay. That means we're zeroing in. There we go. Okay, so welcome everyone to the 87th Cash Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And it's Thursday, November 12th today, 2015. And once again, Mr. Kesh will be leading the workshop, and I think we'll have maybe some pictures or perhaps videos of people and their different power unit configurations from the Blueprint Week and other presentations. Okay, I think we're ready to go, Mr. Kesh. How are you doing there?
Thank you very much, Rick. Your voice is very, very low. Very low. No problem. Thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you. And as usual, whenever and wherever you listen to us, we lost a live stream picture at the bottom. Fabio? As usual, which is tradition with the Keshe Foundation, we make certain announcements what is happening, that Keshe Foundation supporters worldwide are aware of the progress and where and how things are progressing around with the structure of the foundation in their countries and the rest. We have a number of announcements today, good, bad, I don't know, depends on which side of the fence you sit. One of the announcements we make is that, as you're aware, these power units are on the way to you, or some of you might have received it by now. The certification for European standard CE, which the unit complies with this European standards, was received yesterday. So we are C certificated for power units. The same will follow with the car units. And we have received American certification for the product. So all the products comply with the European regulation and international regulation with the American standard. This brings and opens a channel for MagRap systems to be launched on different steps and platforms around the world, because once we receive the CE certificate, all the Keshe Foundation's manufacturers who carry our logo will be given the right on the back of this certificate to get their certificates to produce worldwide. This is very important because we increased, now that we received the certification, the direct production. We delayed a lot of the things in the slowest step till we received the certification. Now that we received the certification, we go to what we planned. We are about 4 to 6 weeks behind our plan because of certification, to increase production to 10,000 units per week by the end of this month or beginning of next month. And we go to 250,000 in January and 1 million per month in February, March. We have received a huge incentive from the Italian government to support such a move, and we thank the authorities who are supporting us this way. The other announcement, because the Keshe Foundation now has become what we call in the business trade known as a vertical structure. Horizontal structure is when you depend on the others to bring things for you to be able to do. Keshe Foundation, as part of the structure, has become a vertical system. Don't forget, I have some 20, 25 years experience of international trading at the highest level. So I brought all my expertise from my business life, which was shelved for about 15 years. Now that we have become a production company, as well as the research, everything has come together. For us to be effective around the world, we have started, initiated, and start producing on the Keshe Foundation manufacturing in 10 to 15 nations in the coming weeks. United Kingdom has become the first manufacturing, which will be headed by, on the technical side, by Alex, and the board of directors sits with my two sons, Dr. Ramtinkash and the Master Mujubin, in heading the production worldwide in London. The European section, Italian section, which is a flagship of the whole structure, will sit here with Keshe Foundation in Italy. We expect to employ up to 3,000 people in the coming weeks and months as we add into the technology. German structure is in process, Dutch structure in process, and I have initiated the establishment of the Keshe Foundation Belgium last week, and this week we have asked our lawyers and accountants to set up the structure legally. So they start producing by early next year. Philippine Keshe Foundation sits as it is. We sit with a structure with production there. This morning, I have set up the process of the Keshe Foundation manufacturing in China, which means we produce in China directly, and we don't rely on the others, but the shareholding of the Keshe Foundation stays 51% with us, and the rest goes to the Keshe Foundation research centers, which the people who work and develop in China will become part of the shareholding of the structure. So we are prepared to finance very heavily in China for two reasons. First of all, Chinese market is huge. Secondly, we use the Chinese manufacturing to supply, to manufacture goods for Africa and the third world nations. To produce a system here in Italy to a standard we do, it will cost us, let's say, €100. This allows us to give 4 units or 5 units to the third world nations or the poor in the Western world. This way, we can produce maybe instead of 4, 10 or 15 units with the same cost, or maybe more. So this gives us what we work on our ethos, that we send goods from China to Africa direct to support. This is what we want to do. It's not just by name. This way gives efficiency to the Keshe Foundations and bring jobs into these nations till Africa can stand on its own leg. Keshe Foundation Nigeria, as a research center and a teaching center and a manufacturing center, is initiated and will be inaugurated next Thursday. Hopefully we'll be live in Nigeria with Alex, who's setting it up to open the Foundation Keshe Center in Nigeria. Keshe Foundation Ghana has been accepted as part of the structure of the Spaceship Institute of Ghana in part of the nuclear industry of the country, and all the documents should be all in sign that Benjamin will become part of the structure within the structure of the country for development, research, and manufacturing. The process for manufacturing company has already started in Ghana. One of the most important things, now that we teach and now we become a structure in manufacturing, is being able to market and control the production with all the Keshe Foundations, 15 of them at the moment, which are coming under organization. Keshe Foundation Canada has been financed initially with production of the units for winding for Africa and the rest in Quebec this week. So the Keshe Foundation manufacturing, headed by Jeff Dupont and Francois and other Canadians, French-speaking Canadians on one side, and we're supporting the West Coast with Rick and the others to produce in 2 locations in Canada. On the other hand, end of this month, we have a delegation of 5 South American organizations, banking and the government organizations here in the center, to sign for production of 7 different factories in 7 nations of South America financed by the South American banking system. Next Thursday, here in the Keshe Foundation Center, as part of the public teaching in the afternoon, we'll invite the world press to test and evaluate things on a public press basis. So we are launching the material directly worldwide next Thursday from this center. The arrangement for the world press to be here to test, the Italian press have been pushing for a few days on us. Now that you release the blueprint, you have to show it. So the system will be here for every single one of them to test, and we go public. When we go public in this way, now that we've been waiting for the system to get their certifications, is to have a structure where we can handle the manufacturing, but at the same time, as part of the vertical structure, the sales and running management of the sales. What we have done, as a lot of you know, up to now, a company called Magrab's product in Canada, headed by Kevin Blundell, was selling Magrab products from China, where we were involved. Magrab Supplies, headed by Kevin Blundell, is dissolved, and Kevin Blundell, with a team of 100 representatives, have become part of the Keshe Foundation as of yesterday. So now we have, with what we received, maybe between 300 to 500 representative agents around the world, managed and controlled by Kevin Blundell as part of the Keshe Foundation. So the Magrab system, whatever you ordered, will be completed. And then from now on, you get supplies directly from Keshe Foundation. So we covered the distribution side. So if you look at the structure, we do the teaching, we do the development, we do the testing of the equipment and new products. But this side, the testing of new products and bringing new products into the market according to the people who are on the edge of the science with us as part of our world scientists, needed somebody who can head and have the enthusiasm and the knowledge of the foundation and the working of the new products. This was somebody we were looking for to bring into the research and development. So as of yesterday, Renan Lim in Philippines and a team which were working in the background with him and us as part of the Keshe Foundation hidden research development for new innovation has become part of the Keshe Foundation team. So the Keshe Foundation innovation is based in Philippines, owned totally by the Keshe Foundation, and all the employees and the research, the small research lab which we started, will start its work, and is already working. And I even received an email, they're going to buy the furniture for the new research center today. It starts in Philippines. So if you have, or you think of a new product, go on the Keshe Foundation website. Vince will put it up. It's in the Keshe Foundation or a Spaceship Institute, most probably /innovations. Go on the page and offer your product. So what you think you want to be produced is good for whatever, and you are given a standard fee commission for every product sold, every item sold. These are all computerized. We don't look into it as if we accept the product and
Mr. Keshe, can I just say something?
yes.
Just so we don't get confusion, I'll put a link on the home page of the website of keshefoundation.org, so there's no confusion of what link to go to.
Okay. So it's all been set up in the background. Thanks, Vince. So now we have the teaching, the innovation. We are looking for about 30 to 50 people in the innovation sector, headed by Renan. We already have a number of people who work in the background in innovations. They all come into one center. You can be anywhere around the world. You communicate and work with Renan, and some of you have been sending him new ideas or whatever. It will all be categorized, and at the same time, so the vertical structure is taking shape. In so many ways, by being the teachers of the new technology, now we, in a way, evolve it into a product with the research and development, and then we evolve it to manufacturing, and then we have a sales team to be able to marketed worldwide. So when we produce the new items from now on, Renan tells me we can expect about 10 units per month from him to be manufactured. These products needs to be known by public. So there were two ways to do it. We can go and pay heavily for advertising, or we could bring our product on the channels which is watched by majority of the people around the world, which is a satellite system on different kind of bird channels. So we have come to some sort of understanding that the Keshe Foundation in the next couple of months will run its own satellite channel for teaching of the technology and promotion of the peace using the new technology. And we use this channel for promotion of the products across the world. So we have reached our goal to teach, to research and develop, to commercialize, to be able to market, and be able to reach mass production, mass media. So in so many ways, what we worked for, we have achieved, and with the next step is how we're going to evolve into a new society using the technology. My problem is not releasing the technology. My problem is to bring the world leaders to accept the new technology as a step for peace. And if it takes this to a new level, we agreed. Yesterday, I was talking to somebody who's very much in the background as part of our security, and they monitor everything. Somebody has informed our people, this way, Mehran has become one of the richest men on this planet overnight, running 15 companies, expecting multi-million turnover. It makes him very rich, richer than Bill Gates over the next 12 months to 18 months. Be it, it's not mine, it's yours. Everything in my name belongs to the Keshe Foundation, and you as public are the owners. If this is the way we can control that humanity benefit by it, it's not my name, it belongs to you. So in so many ways, collectively we change the course, and collectively we set the scene that we control it. There is no hidden, what do you call it, Illuminatis or the rest. If there is a control over the finances, everything will be as transparent as possible, as long as it doesn't damage the security of the foundation. National securities have suddenly become aware of such a move and such a production. With running, we expect 30 or 50 nations manufacturing, and I said that 51% of control of the whole assets, and the 49 is owned by the manufacturers and the people of the nation. The 51%, which is in my name, will not allow what happened in China overnight to be written off. This way automatically goes into the Keshe Foundation, and all the assets, whatever we make as a profit, will go for production of new units, for teaching and everything else. So there is no waste. And we spend most of the foundation money in the countries where we manufacture, but at the same time knowing that the others need to be benefited by it. We are on the verge of producing the generator. We are on the verge of producing new equipment which fits into this system and can be affordable. In the coming days, this morning, I made the instruction to produce a new unit as what we call auxiliary unit, or a backup unit, or a cascade unit, which can be used in Africa and can be used in Europe as increasing the power from 2 kilowatt to 5.4 kilowatt for production this morning. So what this means, what we use as an auxiliary board platform to increase the power from 2 kilowatt to 5.4 kilowatt will be used in Africa as a standard 1.5 to 1 kilowatt use for a standard refrigeration and lighting in the houses in Africa, where the demand is not the way we use in the West. So this way, as I promised, the CD cassette size system become marketable. now has gone into production, and in the next few weeks, we start producing around the world, and especially in China, for the African nations, and distribution in third world countries when the demand is not so big. The other important point, which is vital to understand, as we are the teachers, we have to set guidelines, we have to set up a structure and who and where what is happening, that collectively we can see correct conduct in the structure of the work and the use of the system. In the teaching on Tuesday, in the health section, I again explained that if you are using the plasma technology, use it the way it's intended, not the way that is going to be used for what we call it, in a way of not doing what it's supposed to do and then claiming the whole thing is wrong. We explained it because we've seen a video on the internet that someone has put a box and a CO2 kit nano-coated in a plastic construction and saying this is all fraud. The fraud is not a fraud, it's just that gentlemen did not understand the technology. So we enlighten you. When you see it, you understand. You are dealing with a man who is ignorant of the science, but has seen the benefit by promoting health pads and other things, using the same technology. When you put anything on your nano-coated material, be it a jacket, be it a plastic bag, be it a different kind of coating on your copper, you produce a different field in this environment, which is not the gravitational magnetic field of carbon. And when you don't have the gravitational magnetic field of carbon in conjunction with a copper plate and a zinc plate, you will not get CO2. So the claim is correct. You do not produce CO2 because you change the environment. You don't understand that it's the gravitational magnetic field of the copper nano-coated which creates this environment. And when you change it by plastic coating it or putting it in a plastic container or using a copper which has been coated with something else, you have changed the environment. Of course you don't get CO2. So you got to be aware that what we call the enemies of the foundation sit within the foundation, but in fact they serve the foundation to show people exactly what the science is. So in one hand we sit where we are. When people claim or show you different approach that the technology is wrong, bring it to the foundation, we explain it scientifically. Yes, it's correct. This setup does not create CO2, but because you put the plastic on it, you change it. Because the plastic itself has a gravitational magnetic field that, for example, the carbon gravitational magnetic field of 6 becomes gravitational magnetic of 5. 5 is different thing, 6 is carbon, which in conjunction with the oxygen of the water releases CO2 gas. There is a dispute amongst the Keshe Foundation worldwide by the Bulgarians in respect if there is a Keshe Foundation Bulgaria registered or not. We do not have an answer for you yet. We have requested by the people who set up the meeting and the documents we signed with the Bulgarian for a copy of the registration at the date we were in Bulgaria. They tell us they have it. We're waiting since Monday for the production of the registration date 2 years ago when we were in Bulgaria. And the Bulgarians tell us they cannot find this registration anywhere, but the people who we trust and we signed the agreement with, they say it's there. If we do not receive or we see a Keshe Foundation registered in the past couple of weeks, that now we start asking questions, we annihilate all connections with that foundation and we set up a new one. But we do not think so. So we stand firm with the people who we sign agreement with. If the Keshe Foundation Bulgaria registration as the first Keshe Foundation which was signed outside Holland is produced to us, which is signed and registered by the government. At the time of 2 years ago, Cash Foundation Manufacturing will stay with the same people, and we obey by the rules we set. If the Cash Foundation Bulgaria registration number falls within past 2 weeks or past 3 weeks, now that it's become commercialized, we annihilate all our agreements. We may negotiate with the people again that we understand everything is correct. We don't accuse nobody of nothing. Some people accusing, some people lying. As the head of the Cash Foundation, my job is to stay correct in every aspect of conduct. So we have asked the directors of the Cash Foundation Bulgaria to produce us with the registration of the Cash Foundation Bulgaria 2 years ago when we signed it with the notaries. And if it has not been placed, the people who are checking the document say it doesn't exist. We have to rely on trusted people we agreed and signed agreement with. And you have to stay with us and respect their point of view and their opinion. If, as you tell us, you cannot find the registration, it's my job to take the next step and understand why. I've spoken with the director twice in the past week, and he assures me it's been registered, but they cannot send it to us up to after 4 days. So you got to realize that when we sign an agreement with any person, we take them on the face value and we respect them the way they are, unless they break the conduct. So we respect our agreement the way it is, and by next week we should know. And then those of you who want to set up alternative cash foundation in Bulgaria, you have to wait, and we have to respect the people we signed an agreement with. If the agreement was not ever registered by the government to establish a foundation, then we allow you to set up a new one and we annul the old contract. But we've been told, and we trust our people, that is correct. Now it comes to a very fundamental point from the teaching point of view. Please, when you receive your MAGRAPH systems, follow the instruction. The new batch, which are getting sent out as of yesterday, have illustrative pages in it. The first batches were missed, but now pictures has been made. Vince has been working on the documents with pictures. It's been done in the factory, it's filled in, and you receive the new document in it, how to proceed, how to realign the system. Please read and follow the procedure, because what you do can affect the use of your system and the equipment you use it in. It's very simple. As you know, we have given a number of units to governments around the world to test units for their production and their correctness of the technology. What some of these people have done in the research labs, because it's a standard way, they have put a meter, a reading meter, they've connected it to the MAGRAPH system, and then they have put another meter on this side to see what is the reading either side. And then they have connected it to a light or a heating or whatever. This setup is totally wrong. If you put a meter after the system, you create a cascading of blocking the work of the plasma. And your reading on both sides will be the same, because the way the meters are set, doesn't matter analog or digital or whatever, the rotating disc block the plasma inside and creates damage into the system. It literally brings it to the point of melting now. You cannot do this. You cannot put a meter before and after. The meter before is perfect. The meter after cannot be done. All you do, you connect directly into your system and you put your heater or whatever. This is 200 watt, this is 1,000 watts or whatever. And over days, you observe how, if you have, let's say, 1,400 watts, if it reduces to 1,000 and it drops down to whatever it is. And then this morning, I was talking to the Keshe Foundation in Japan, because Keshe Foundation manufacturing in Japan is very active, and they said to me something very interesting. The system, when you connect it, the meter here comes to zero. There is something wrong. The system damages the meter. I said, explain. He said, we tested. And what happens? After a while, the reading of the meter comes to zero and it stops. The system damages the meter. I said, this is the whole purpose we've been trying to tell you. The system stops the usage of the current from the grid because it uses what do you call it? Only its sinusoidal impulse of 50 hertz to release its energy. But there's a problem. We have changed this meter 2 or 3 times. Immediately it happens to the meters. I said because now, very fast, because the system is set up, it gets nano-coated, and then it's a true figure because it's not so sad. What about if you take our maggraph system out and you connect directly your supplies without? They said the meter works again, but when we put your system on, it doesn't work. I said, this is what it's been built for. The system has proven in Japan to work as it's been set out. And so the strangest for them thing is why the meter stops. This is what we told you from the beginning. The meter has to stop, which means you're not using any power. So the Japanese Keshe Foundation research has confirmed it. And interesting enough, we've been told one of the leading Japanese manufacturers has locked into the Keshe Foundation. They want to be the sole producers in conjunction with Keshe Foundation in Japan, which will be set up in the next couple of weeks, hopefully. So you will see power unit, maggraph power unit, Keshe Foundation in Japan producing this because they could not understand there was something wrong here. But now that they understand this is what it's supposed to do, they are going into the next step. So we are sending a couple more additional units to confirm, and then we will see it. It's taken them 2 weeks, more or less, to reach zero consumption. They have a heater, they have computers, they have connected LED lights, and a couple of other things. They're working at 1,500 watts and under, and they've seen the zero movement on the meter in 2 weeks. So now we go back into what Rick announced at the beginning. We know a number of people around the world have managed to set up, and what do you call? We are going for the testimonial. What has been done, how it's been done, and if Rick or Vince would like to start showing if you have anything, or the people who have done the work in the background, please put it on, and we can go to the next step. Hello?
Hi, I was just going to set up some of the pictures from the Blueprint website here.
Yeah.
Just
We've seen some French ones have put confirming the correctness of the application. We've seen different nations done it. This morning, I received a text from Armin, asked me for something, if it can be done. And my response to you, Armin, is this is what we wanted to do, and this is what was supposed to be done once the technology confirmation reaches. Now we have done what you have asked is part of the plan, and it will be done within the next 48 hours. And keep on sending you the information. I received the first one. Okay, what are we seeing? Can you explain, or is the person who sent it available that he can explain?
this is just one of the pictures on the Keshe Foundation Blueprint website. This one is from Le Fablab de Jarry from Guadeloupe, French West Indies. And you can see his coils, for example, very nicely wound coils, it seems like. And you can see them working in the lab here.
Yeah, he's a Malibu Beach guy.
Okay. And there's their coil winding apparatus.
This is the way Richard showed us to do it.
Yeah, it seems to be a fairly efficient way to do it. Some people have a little piece of wood or some other support for the wire to push it against the board right where it attaches to the rod there, and that helps keep the winds a little more consistent apparently.
Let me, while you're showing this, if you stop 1 second, Cash Foundation Canada is producing the system. Jeff DuPont, hopefully within the next couple of weeks or so, he'll complete it. The system that can produce a large quantity of coils and then nano-coated, GaNs-coated, and give you the end product. The biggest problem with this technology is producing these coils. So we estimate, I hope, around about 10,000–15,000 euro. The system we showed last week will be totally automized. So you produce your GaNs, you produce your nano coating and the coil, everything in one go. So you put the wire in one end, after 24 hours, 48 hours, you collect your, what do you call it, the end product ready as a coil. We have seen a problem. I was speaking to the factory this morning that, for example, in Italy, in the mass production, to dispose of the caustic liquid after we produce the coating and the GaNs, the Italian government has sent us a bill for €2 per liter for disposal of the product, the waste. And I explained to them that in the next couple of weeks, we are setting up a water decontamination unit here, teaching here, or not, it's a research development. It's a guy who's very well into this game. I've used him before, we worked with him before. So we will produce a technology that purifies the caustic from the water, that you don't need to pay these heavy costs for decontamination. In the Western world, it's okay, you're using a little bit of caustic to produce a few coils for yourself. But when you go into mass production of the nano coating and the caustics, you enter the environmental health situation. And I was told this morning that this is what we've been asked this morning, because they want to get rid of the caustic which they've been producing in the past 2 or 3 weeks in the factory, and they're charging €2 per liter. And if you're producing 2–3,000 liters a week of caustic waste, it adds up literally to $250,000, $500,000 a year as the production goes up. So I will produce a new technology which in a way neutralizes the caustic. It's very easy, hopefully, to do. I've done it before. So you separate the caustic and you have a drinking water and solid residue, where the solid residue from caustic is become part of the next batch of caustics you need to do for production. So in a way, you purify the water, you never create any waste. But you got to realize, as part of the production or mass production of the nano coating, most of the residual at the end of the caustic water is the GaNs itself. If you can residual separate it, you can use it as a GaNs coating for your copper coils. So there should be no wastage. But if you're going into manufacturing, please get in touch with the innovation side and we release the technology for you to be able to do it. Carry on, please.
Okay, so you can see his container that he uses for the coating of the nano coating process and so on. Okay, so we can go on to the next one perhaps. We have Ali from Vancouver, Canada. And we can show his first test video here.
No sound. You've seen this video before.
Okay, let me redo that with the sound. Sorry.
I'll be adding it soon.
Okay, while you're getting the video up, let me make an announcement. Carlos, who's heading all the designs of the websites for us, is sitting right across the room here. We are setting up, the store is more or less complete, where if you produce any nano application or the system application like a pen pads and other things of yours, you can now go and place it on the Keshe Foundation sales website, which means if you locally find maybe 1,000 people to see your website, if the product is within the structure and you can get it approved and put it up with the certificate, we give you this platform for sale. We are not afraid. I've asked like Renan with his pens in Philippines to send it to us to put his pens on the website, the shop of the Keshe Foundation. So what this means, any of you who produces new products and you want to be still in charge of your products, but you want a larger platform to attract more sales, please get in touch with the webmaster and the arrangement will be made for it to go on the website of the Keshe Foundation. There is part of, I have to explain this so that you understand. We have closed the PayPal account as I've asked the webmaster, or I'd call it our designer, Carlos, to look and we come up with alternative Keshe Foundation website financing. What this means is that we clear cards and payments directly. We don't need another group to do it for us. We are becoming substantially big enough that we don't need to go to a clearance house to clear people's payment. So as part of the vertical development within the next, hopefully, couple of weeks or so, we reopen the Keshe Foundation PayPal system by Keshe Foundation. Because we are not selling other people's products. We're selling our own products across the, the world. So everything will be exactly directly in-house with no expenses. But this allows us, hopefully Carlos can bring it into line in the next couple of weeks, that we become the clearing houses for the payments ourselves, and we don't see the restrictions which is applied. We are very transparent. We submit this through our connections through the banking system to be clarified that from in the coming time, you go to the Keshe Foundation payment system. If Carlos can bring it or organize it, that we don't go for others that they can control or block or ask or do all sorts of things to stop the process of the sale. This way, because we are only selling our own products and we are financially solid, we do the clearing ourselves. We are in that position to do financially. So I see people, hopefully Carlos is looking at me, yes, no, difficult, he's working on it. No comment. So if we can achieve that, we go our way. If we cannot achieve that, we go through other clearance houses. But this is a lot of work to be done. And in the world banking, that we don't receive money from illegal activities of the others. So this is what is part of the vertical process. Becoming such an international operation, we need to do it that we effectively operate our own financing internally, and we don't wait and all the problems which is running with other credit cards and the rest of it. The process is you have a system like a nano-coated pens as we've seen with Renan for a pen, pens. This will go on the Keshe Foundation store. You can order it through the Keshe Foundation and the order directly goes to Philippines for dispatch. So this is part of the structure which is getting built in the background. If you have any products which you want to, is application of the plasma technology, which is part of our work, we give you the platform to market it. That's the whole purpose, to make as many people being able to create jobs and prosperity for their nations and their community and their family. So if you produce a new kind of nano pen or new kind of nanomaterial to use, then you don't need to look far. You can go to the Keshe Foundation website. If you want to market in a larger scale and you don't have the support, we send it to the research section, innovation. If they see it applicable, that we can make the prototype and see there is application for it, we finance it. The Keshe Foundation does not look outside for any financing. So internally, we support new innovation. Internally, we support manufacturing. Internally, we are supporting the factories around where we support to produce things. So when I see that pencil with a winding on it, it brought me back the understanding of what I call pen of Brennan. And now we give them a platform international and a Keshe Foundation. Keshe Foundation Philippines, maybe a few people look, but the traffic on the Keshe Foundation worldwide, where hopefully when Carlos with his team brings everything together, all the Keshe Foundation websites go from one server, which means all the traffic will be in one, so everybody goes to his own destination according to, but you can connect your shop on your website to the Keshe Foundation website. So you give your product priority, and then they can look at the options, or if they just wanted a pen, but they see other Keshe Foundation manufacturers around the world produce other things, they can order on the same platform. It'll take another, I think, 3 to 6 months before we get there. I'm correct? Carlos says yes. It won't be done overnight. Vince, Rick, sorry. Carlos asked you, can you please go into your email? He has sent you a video which was sent yesterday by somebody to the website.
Yep,
And
I've got it all lined
he
up
wants
here.
you to show.
Yep, thank you. Got that lined up. There's 2, I think. No, it's same one, I guess.
Okay, no problem. Carry on. Sorry,
Okay,
I keep on adding to the information. Today is mainly part of the blueprint day and then, what do you call it? The Thursday teachings, but these are important because we taught, now we have to see the result of what has been taught and how people are taking it. Carry on, please.
Okay, first we can have a look at the short video he has here. And the other one that Ali has that was just sent to me, it's about 4 minutes long. We can have a look at that as the actual maggraph unit. So yes, I was going to show that video in the web page first, the short one, and then show the video from Ali. Okay, so let me just run through this short one here first.
This is my first maggrav energy test, so I'm putting a hand drill and plug it into the system. As you can see, I can turn it on and it works. So I didn't add any capacitors now, but I'll be adding it soon and do some more tests and do energy consumption tests. Thank you. Bye.
I add another piece of information here. These units with a cascade unit for 5.4 kilowatt is in progress, but now we have started the research on a 50 kilowatt unit. So in the next couple of weeks, we have received requests by industry for a 3-phase and a 50 kilowatt system. It is possible, will be tested in the coming days. So not only will offer a 2 kilowatt, we'll offer a 50 kilowatt for industrial use. This is for use in hospitals, and use for like in a lift system as a backup system that the power never goes out. So 50 kilowatt is started testing in the past few days, and then we carry on. I see, what do you call it, Giovanni shaking his head. Is part of the development which we are negotiating with different people. Carry on, please. I tell you something before we go a step further. We have been offered a government financial package for research and development, which means European nation government has offered us, we know it on the 19th, the result, that they are financing research center, paying for scientists to start developing different applications of the cash technology in the financial supported by the grant from the government. So the research center is with support of the foundation. Now they have tested the power unit, has been authorized. We know how much it will be, and it runs into millions. They are supporting us to set up a proper research center, but they want to dictate to us the position, which we have no problem with. We are international business. So we have received the first offer of research, government-supported research for development of the technology in the past 48 hours. And by Tuesday, if it's confirmed, which we know is going to be confirmed, this allows us to employ scientists at the Keshe Foundation Research Center with the support of the governmental finances for research for new technologies. Carry on, please. Which one is this one? Rick? From Ali, okay. You want to turn it on that we can see? Let me advise you, before you go, I see something here with a plastic, with a, like tapes on the capacitor coils. Do not use tapes, glues, hot glues on your capacitors. Your system is going to burn out. And your tapes will start melting. This is very important, because you have to understand the process of the working of the heating. It's a plasma, is near another plasma unit of your stacker. If you remember when we taught the teaching of how the heating on the planet Earth is created, you are putting a matter which is weak compared to the turn of transfer from here to here. So in this position, you'll find out after a few weeks, I've lost it. It's gone back down. Hello?
Sorry, I can't see when I do the screen share, so I was trying to see there, so I see what you, okay.
Do it on your second
Put
screen.
it back up, go ahead.
Okay, so what happened, the plasma in your capacitors, because it's plasmatic, with the plasma in your coils or the second batch of capacitors, with the plastic coating will create a resistive condition of heating. This is very, very careful. Be very careful. This is one of the pitfalls. You cannot use tapes. You cannot tape your system. If you use like the GaNs material coated as part of the structure, is different than when you just put like plastic or tapes or whatever on your coils. You create a resistive condition and then you create a heating condition. Please, even with Ali, remove those before you go into the setup, because then you can see system failure because of what you have created. Okay, go ahead, please.
So on the wall, I have a meter here, and basically this is the grid. So it's I have to keep monitoring the power consumption, and there are two ways I can monitor it. One is daily based on kilowatts, and I can also monitor it based on watt per hour at any moment. And the power comes in to the system here, and there's a little tiny switch here which I turn it on and off, and it comes here, and I added the capacitors. So there are two lines. One is the live wire. Let me bring that up. Okay, so there's a live wire. As you can see, it's coming into the 15 amp breaker, and here's the top part of it. Okay, and this is the negative, basically the negative from the grid, and it goes here, and it's basically gets fed to the load here. Okay, between the load, we have to put a capacitor according to Kesh's design, and I have 5 capacitors stacked here. This is the positive pole. This is the negative pole. So if this is negative, negative goes to positive, and you got the negative here gone to the positive pole here. Okay. From the top here, which is the live wire. So this is the live wire. We have a live wire. I cut a piece here, and I connected that to the negative side of the capacitor. And then it's gone down to the negative pole of the coils. Okay. And basically, it goes through the coils, it turns, and it goes to the middle coil, and it turns, and it comes to the top coil, and it turns. Okay. And I put a smaller GANS ball here. I had a ping pong ball that was a bit too big. What I did, I used Christmas plastic balls, and these are smaller, and if you take the top part out, there's a little hole here that you can use a syringe and fill it up. Once you fill it up, you can simply tape it, or if you have some sort of a filler, you can fill this part so the GANS doesn't come out. Okay. So anyway, the positive wire goes in and it comes out from this top part. And there's a capacitor. There's 4 capacitors I put here. So if this is the negative pole of the coils and this is the positive polarity of the coils, you have to sort of go opposite. So this is positive to negative, and then this is negative to positive. Okay. And then I got the wire coming out, and it's coming, feeding the live wire on the plug here. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn the device on now. So I have a breaker here. I turn it back on, and basically this wire goes to a LED light that I have. I have 2 lights here. One is this one, and one is on the top. I'll add more load onto it. What I've seen with my MagRav unit is that when you look at the load, and initially, like, the load goes around 31, 32, and within, an hour or two, this thing slowly drops, so it comes to 29 and 28. So I'm interested to monitor this and see how the load comes down over the next 2 or 3 weeks, and I'll keep you updated. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so that was Ali. Is there any other comments you'd like to say about that, Mr. Kesh, before we go on
No,
to the
it's
next?
just that his plastic coating, or what do you call it, the glue or the tapes is used. Do not
Right.
cover your material, your coils, with any matter entity. That can cause you a problem.
Yes, I've noticed
The
with
thing I have to tell you is going to go on the website of the Keshe Foundation, hopefully on the store within the next day or 2 if you get a chance. Once you make your coils and you have a problem with making a stacker unit, you can go into the Keshe Foundation website and order the stacker unit, just a plastic cover with the trays in it. So you can make your own kit. Once you made your coils, you can order the, what do you call it, the housing with the trays and everything else. It's 3 trays with the 3 walls, top and bottom. We are modifying for easing of the production now that we produced the first 1,500 units. We've seen some need for changing for ease of the production, mass production, to speed up. So you will see a slide, maybe you might see it or not, different way of the blue box. But so if you are looking for housing, you can order it from the foundation and we send it to you. We received the first order, 20 units for the Canadian manufacturer that they want to build their own, they test their own coils in it. So it gives it the uniformity. So you can order, in the coming weeks, you can order even coils. If you want to test and make your own, you can order coils. We deliver coils according per set. You can order capacitors. This is part of the vertical development. So you can go and section by section order what you need. Okay, go, please.
Mr. Kesh, I noticed that, let me get my other microphone. I've noticed that people are using the parchment paper as well for wrapping the, or what's called oven paper sometimes. For
yes, we are using the same kind of thing.
Well, I've noticed I did a test on it with just using a flame, and it burns very rapidly, actually. After
yes, yeah. No, you have to understand. There's a difference putting a match to it or passing current through it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big difference.
Right, right.
Okay.
But it is flammable, just so people know.
Yeah, it is. It's a holding not to burn. We can use fireproof cloth. It'll be the same. They have a limit.
Yes, right. That would be better. And there's a question about in the chat here about using shrink wrap for over the capacitors.
No way. Don't. It melts.
Yeah, that could still melt and burn.
No. We have devised what they call like a cross, where we put each capacitor on one 90 degree of the cross. So the system stays open. This is a new development we've done for the mass production.
Okay, we have
what's this one?
We have this video I noticed was along with the other one, but this is from Roald Boom, and it's happened to be on the same YouTube website, so I thought we could play part of it. It's 13 minutes long, so it's kind of long, but we can play. Okay. All right, thank you, Vince. That would be, let's see.
My name is Roald Boom, and I'm the creator of Bonavista.
Turning on my do-it-yourself maggrav. Last modifications. Okay, maybe we'll have a look at that first.
Yes, with this one, he was putting a meter after the system, which there is a way we monitor a lot of things in the background. And when we see something needs to be corrected, especially when people go public.
All right, so this is my latest update. Yeah, I had a couple of questions. There were some unclarities. One thing is for sure is that I looked back over the video on November the 4th about what Kesha explained, the direction of the clockwise, the way you turn your drill, and everybody that has been posting those things, it's confusing because basically Sandor did it wrong and there were posts wrong, and where I can see Richard as well has done it wrong, and many other people have done it wrong, because right now it looks like what he explains when you put your drill in reverse, and I double checked it and I made some coils. Basically the coils that I have are the opposite direction. So for one, my system is with coils that are clockwise and not anti-clockwise. Mine are differently done. So that is, for me, clear, at least, that what he says, how they're doing it. The blueprints of that they put out with the pictures in the PDF basically is the right way and not the wrong way. They are correct. It is the drill turning in reverse. The drill is turning anti-clockwise. And that makes for a coil that looks clockwise, but is called anti-clockwise. So basically, when the drill or the bar is turning anti-clockwise, it makes a clockwise coil, and that's what they call an anti-clockwise coil. Confusing, but hey, I got my system already set up, so I'm going to run it this way, which is the opposite direction. And I'll make some new coils and then do some caustic.
I think we see the same problem here, if I'm correct. Or are these coils open? You can't wind up plastic or tube around your coils in a very short time. We don't need it. You do not need it, because you create a matter condition in it and it creates heating. Let me explain why. Can we go on the main board? You understand it very quickly. Can you just take the screen share? If you can go back on the board for a minute, please, let me explain. Okay, you see, always when you don't understand it or sound a bit peculiar, go back to natural condition, environmental condition. We explained this last week. You have the sun and you have the earth. On earth, we have masslands, or we have the waters. These are all, at this level, matter state. The gravitational magnetic field of the earth and the sun creates two fields, one this way, gravitational, and one this way, gravitational magnetic of the sun. When they interact, they create fields, they release residual fields here in different shape or form. But when the two, plasmatic and the residual, come in the interaction with the matter state of Earth, they start heating up. That's where our heating comes. What you're doing exactly the same thing. You're introducing your plastic coating or whatever, fire resistance or whatever, between a plasmatic magnetic field of your capacitor and the gravitational magnetic field of your coils, or even one capacitor in respect to the other. This creates heating, exactly like what happens on the surface of the Earth. So you have to understand this, and please do not, as they say, Renan says, do not mummify it. Do not mummify your material unless you have a GANS which becomes part of it. When you put a GANS on the cloth, it penetrates it. It becomes part of it. So you don't have that much resistance. But please, if you're making capacitors, try not to mummify it in any shape or form, because you introduce what I call like a solid structure of the Earth, and then you create heating, and then this heating becomes resistance in your system. So instead of 2 kilowatts, now you have the capacity of 1 kilowatt, and say the system doesn't work. Yes. Yeah, it doesn't contain the plasma. It reduces the plasma strength across. So please understand, this is what we even said when our people had to go to the standard people for the CE certificate. They understood this is a new development. We have to go with what if it delivers, it means it's correct. So we have to adjust it. So what we have made with our capacitor units, the units more or less hang in the air together with a cross. They are free. But when you mummify it with plastic, we see now 2 of them to keep your capacitors together. You create a heating for your coils. Now you've introduced a new heating element, and you say it only works for 1 kilowatt because the other kilowatt has come from your own coils mining together. The coil after, which is in parallel with the grid, is no problem. The one which is before, as part of your setup, it become a resistance to your system. Okay, carry on, please.
Okay, I think we're here.
Nano coating. So it's going to take me a couple of days to get new coils made, a new system made, but that's not a problem. I'll make another one and run that one as well somewhere else. But for now, I'm just going to go with this one because I've got this thing ready. I had some more questions about the capacitor as well, so I took contact about this with.
Can you stop, Rick? If you made coils which are in a different way than the left turn, anti-clockwise, or if you made coils which one is clockwise and the other one anti-clockwise, do not get rid of them, because in a coming time we teach you how to use them for another purpose. If you made coils clockwise, keep them. It's beautiful. You made a mistake in winding for the power unit, in the Magra power unit, but we show you how to use it in other applications that become beneficial. Anything you made you think is wrong, hold on to. Don't forget, I'm married to a Belgian woman, and they have a habit, they hold everything. Even your nail cutting is kept, one day might be needed. So you have to understand, it's a habit of life after 20 odd years. So what you got to do, please, if you made coils you think is the wrong way, if you made coils which think is one coil is positive way, the other one is clockwise, the other one anti-clockwise, hold to it. Hold on to it as much as you can. It's an effort you made. And then in the coming days, we show you how to apply it for different applications. It has an application. So don't get disappointed. I made the coils, I invested, and the coil was the wrong way. Keep them. They have a huge application. You'll be surprised the applications we're going to show with all the mistakes you made. We say, where there is a muck, there is money. So from your rubbish, you start understanding how to use it for different applications. Don't get rid of, as he said, he's going to make a new coil. Keep these coils. They have a huge application. Because what you do next time, you use a clockwise against anti-clockwise, you create a resistance between two field forces. If it's set up in the right way, it can create and become a heating element, plasmatic heaters. Just keep it. We teach you. You can't do it. If you do it the way it is, you made a mistake, it's not going to work. There is a trick. And now we are developing that trick. And we can show you. You can literally heat up. You use these coils as a plasmatic coil. This is part of what I call the background research we are doing.
Mr. Kesher,
pardon.
yes, like you said, we have to make sure that this is a new technology. Anything we do cannot be considered as wrong because we just don't fully understand it.
Yeah, nothing is wrong. With a plasma, you can never go wrong, because if your work is wrong, the work of the creator is wrong. And when the things go wrong, a new thing appears out of it. It's you who's got to realize what the new thing is. You're working not with a matter state. You're working with a plasma state. Plasmas interact. In the interaction, if you do it the right way, you can use it for different applications. Hold on to everything you make, because we're going to show the beauty of it is the easiness of it. I always say, and remember, it's if you understand what I say and take it into heart. That is, everything you see in the universe is the outcome of interaction of gravitational magnetic field of different strength. And not two stars are the same. They are created out of a different strength interaction positioning. So in the universe, you never, God made it this way that he never makes a mistake, because even the mistake leads to something new. So remember this and hold on to whatever, even your ganses, even if you come with something which is slightly different, hold on to it. Last night I received a picture from Armin. He says, I've created new beings, but what are they? I said, take a sample, take it to a laboratory. If it's not something which is grown on the system, you have created a new life because you created new condition which isn't here. And so we'll see if he has created new life. He left the box there for 3 months and he sees new animals on it. So we do not know. This is the beginning of a new venture for humanity, and we are all in it. So you made the core wrong, you made the nano coating wrong. One part of the nano coat, copper doesn't nano coat with the other, has a huge application. Just hang on to them, make a storeroom of mistakes which then become perfect goods. So please, as he said, he made a mistake he's going to make. Keep these coils. You made the wrong winding, keep the coils. You have a problem with part of the system nano coating, keep these things. You have you made a mistake in making capacitors in the wrong way. Keep all the pieces you make which is wrong to you, because in the coming days they become assets as part of what you have already worked on. Immediately say, oh, I have it, like you use it, so I'm going to make it. Carry on, please.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, Mr. Kesh. That's a big question a lot of people have, and that'll help settle that out. Okay, let's carry on.
Foundation. I contacted Caroline, I contacted Sandor, and both of them were kind enough to answer my questions. In fact, Caroline was kind enough, especially considering the time of night, because it was yesterday for them, it must have been past 10. For me, it's 5 hours earlier, but for them, it's past 10 in Europe. So they were kind enough to contact me, and Caroline arranged for Mr. Keshe to come and speak to me. So we went onto Zoom, and we spoke for about 10 minutes, and I asked him a couple of questions. So I want to thank them for taking the time, especially at such weird hours, to actually address it and talk to me, which is very kind of them to do. I wasn't expecting it, but as they say, their motto is we serve, and we don't need to be served, but we serve, which is great. They actually did, proven one more time, to me at least, that they are keeping their word. So thank Sandor and Caroline and Mr. Keshe. So when I spoke to Mr. Keshe, one of the main questions I had was, do the capacitors need to be dry or wet? Basically, he said their capacitors need to be as dry as they can, but a paste is enough. So when you have a toothpastey type substance of your GaNs, and your GaNs is not any droplets forming on the top, that means your GaNs is good. It's like a toothpaste consistency, not so wet. Of course, there's moist in there, but it's not wet. Otherwise, it would be powder once you have dried it completely. So there's moist in there, but it's not wet. Otherwise, your system can blow. Then, so that is resolved to me, basically pasty substance, and they'll dry out more as you go along. Then there was another question, which is how is my system is correctly set up? I walked him through the entire thing on my laptop, showing him with the laptop camera, which wasn't so handy. So I ended up buying a Logitech little portable USB camera with microphone in it today. So maybe next time I have a better way to show this thing. But basically he looked at it, he said everything looks like it's hooked up correctly. The only thing that he said he wanted me to remove is the meter, the second meter. He said basically the plasma field that's created in there gets disturbed by the extra meter, and you won't have the effect that you want. So he asked me, he said, if you want this to work right, you have to remove the second meter at your load side. So that's what I've done. I've removed the second meter, and I've put my load plug on directly on the cable. So the red live wire is coming out and going into the load plug, and my black wire is coming out in the capacitors there, and then it's coming over here. So that's what I've removed, that's what I've changed. I follow Mr. Keshe's instructions. He's the one that came up with this stuff. I did not. I would have never come up with this coil stack thing by myself. I'm just somebody that's trying to apply it. So I'm following as far as I can, as much as I can. That's the way I'm trying to do it. But we know now that my coil stack, all of the coils are wound the wrong way, or at least I don't think it's going to matter. I'm going to try and run this system. To me, in fact, this is plasma. This is beyond, you know, this matter stuff and the directions and things. So I'm just going to go for it. But I'm also going to make a new set of coils, which is going to take me a couple of days. But this is the changes I've made. Now, one of the things that I had about this entire system was that we had another meter there because we could check out differences. Now, that's not there anymore. We know that now. But Mr. Keshe said the following. He said, well, what you need to do is you need to start running your system with the amount of load that you know you have on the system. In my case, I have that fan over there. It is 67.3 watts, and I'm going to hook it up to my load, and I'm going to start running it. And I'm going to start, when I run it, take the meter count. And every 24 hours, I make a new measurement count. That way I can start seeing, and I should start seeing, the amount of electricity that I'm consuming reduce every 24 hours. So that's what he's saying. Your load will start off taking electric energy out of the meter, out of the grid, but as the plasma field starts to build, basically the machines on the load side, in this case the fan, will start running not only on electricity from the grid, but will start running also on the plasma field of energy, right? So that's one thing. Now, my control group, which I have another video about, where I'm going to hook up an identical fan to the one over there and an identical meter to the one over there, I'm going to put it away from this system, even away from this circuit board in another part of this house. And I have that hooked up identically so that we're also going to take measurements on that. So my control group is still going to serve in the way that these measurements and those measurements can be compared. I'm going to take both of these meters every 24 hours. And if everything is right, this meter should start taking less and less and less electron energy from the grid, and the other system should be every 24 hours the same amount of consumption, because that fan is going to be running 24 hours a day. So this is the new setup. Thanks again for Mr. Caroline and Sandor for getting in touch with me and answering some of my questions. I really appreciate it. And I also wanted to mention to everybody that has been posting and commenting on my posts, on my YouTube videos, on my Facebook page. I thank you very much for the appreciation that you've shown for the videos and everything. I've gotten a lot of good comments and compliments, so I really appreciate the acknowledgement there. And I'd like to acknowledge that to you guys as well. So thank you for all the posts. I do want to mention that at this point it's becoming a lot. So this morning I answered 2 hours, yesterday an hour and a half. It took me, this morning, like I said, 2 hours, Facebook and YouTube, to get all this stuff answered and read. I can't keep up with it anymore because now there's so many views and so many likes and so many comments that I can't keep up with it anymore. But if I want to focus on this project and run it, I'm going to have to focus on this project and answer fewer of the mails. So I'm going to try, but I can't guarantee. So if you don't get any answer, don't be offended. I am not interested, but I don't have enough hours in the day and enough energy to attend to all of it. So I'm going to just attend to it through my videos, and hopefully my videos will be clear enough that all the questions that you have are going to be answered anyway. So just please watch the videos. I'll try to answer everything the way I can that I know best to answer, and the knowledge that I have gathered so far, remembering that I only started this 2.5, 3 weeks ago as well. The 20th of October is when I discovered this thing, and before that everything was new to me. So I'm also learning. I don't have all the answers, but I'm doing my best, and I hope it helps. So thanks again, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Stop. Can you go back, please? Can you just go back a few, just the board? Okay. I don't know if you've been as part of the teaching or not, but most of you haven't. Let me explain to you what is going to happen, what has happened. If you go back, as in our private teaching, especially Mr. teaching, we have had these meters and the fans for decades. When we look at the wire which comes into the power unit, or the wires just before the power unit, we always have seen copper coating, just a copper wire. One way that you will see if your system is working and is done the right way, after a couple of weeks, when you check these wires or this wire, you should start seeing nano-coated black, or a slightly tinted than the copper, normal copper, which means the nano-coating process has started. This is a very good indication to know if your system is working correctly or not, And this shows that the system is feeding power into the supply. Because we've used these fans onto these plugs without this unit for decades. The copper wire stayed copper wire. Now that you added this unit in, if your wires go black or this color, which means they are getting nano-coated, it means the energy for nano-coating is vast. You have to understand what they call a Coulomb's barrier. At the moment, in the fusion technology, we are spending a fortune to cross the Coulomb's barrier from two atomic hydrogen to create helium, to create this dream heat. So when you see this change of color of your copper wires after the system, you have created enough energy to cross the Coulomb barriers that a molecular structure of the copper, which is a very heavy element, to its atomic structure. So it shows the system is extremely powerful in the plasmatic condition. And this shows what we say, even in the manuals you receive, that to be correct, you can be feeding up to 6 kilowatt electron current down your pipeline, nano-coating the system. This is very important. So when you put your test system on and you think it doesn't work, one of the easiest ways, look at your copper wire before your system. If they are not coated, it means your system is not doing what it's supposed to do. Yes, let me wait. This is what we saw with the governmental testing. They say they open the wires, there is no color change. I said, what happened? Oh, we put a meter here. I said, you put a meter there, so you cascaded it. You cascade the whole operation. So, in a way, if you put a meter here, the process stops from the production plant. It's the way the meters work. If the meters had direct wire connection and not reversal with the eddy current, would have been different. So in a way, what you feed back through your system in electric current is the reverse plasma of what you call eddy current. Is the reversal, is the gravitational pull which is causing the coating. It's a gravitational magnetic field from your grid, where your magnetical field, which is what you call the line, is the power supply. So understand this. If you run a system and you see it doesn't work, just open a piece of wire before your system. And if it's not discolored or it's not black, it means your system is not working. It's still in the matter state. You have to find out what you've done wrong and correct it. Carry on, please. There is something which I just saw a note coming up that can we use olive oil? I don't know, maybe yes you can, because then it doesn't allow the material, but then you introduce a matter state. But as we have seen with the coils, with the cores of water and GANs, the water in the center become behaving like a GANs, like the liquid in the body of the man. Maybe it's a very good idea. Somebody tries and tell us if the oil inside the GANs, very small amount of it, you don't go crazy with it, maybe 1 or 2%, will give the ability for the GANs not to link up as the water to dry evaporation in the environment. It's a good idea. We've been brought this up before and we forgot about it, but maybe somebody can test and tell us.
And some people have used the coconut oil on the nano-coated material, the nano-coated copper to protect.
Yeah, these are the things we have all learned together, and if it benefits one of us and we see a better performance, that's what we are here for. That's why we don't create any patents. Collectively, we share knowledge and it benefits all of us. The other way to do it, as I explained in the teaching, when you're making your GANs, could just add a very, in your solution, before you bring it to paste, add liquid and put, let's say, half a spoon of sugar in a small amount of boiling water, let it liquid dissolve, and add that into your GANs before you bring it to paste. Add that through to the GANs you're putting on your nano coating, and then add a few drop of the caustic which you made a nanomaterial. What this does, this not only glazes your nano coating to the GANs to the material. If you have a burst, like a surge of power, and your nano coating literally blows off, after 8 to 10 hours, it builds by itself again. The caustic is in the structure, but in the powder form on the GANs, it helps your nano coating to rebuild. You don't need to take the system out. If you have a failure with your system by a big bang, which a lot of you must have had or will have, just leave it for 8 to 10 hours. Let the nano coating to redevelop itself. It grows, it's a skin. If it doesn't come, it means there's a problem between your matter state at the junction of your capacitor and the terminals. This system cannot fail. It's kick-proof. That's why I showed you the first time when I told you can kick it, because it's a solid-state plasma. So learn the little tricks. It might help you. It was a nice comment about the oil. If anybody has tested, test it with a capacitor. See if the capacitor stay alive for a long time. Yeah, and then we'll see how it helps the others. Would the oil create a lubrication for ease of the coils if you use them for nano coating or GANs coating the coils, that the coils stay vibrant and they create more energy? These are the things we learn together. That's why we teach this way. And then try it, let us know, and put your comment up, and come back next week or the week after and explain to us. And then we all learn together. Okay, can we have the next video, please?
Yes, here we go.
Okay, it's now 7 o'clock in the morning and my system is going on. Just to confirm here, I have 1.3 kilowatt hours on the meter, same as the other meter. I have changed the setup like I've shown you in the last video. And I've changed one more thing. I've made little peepholes here and over here. I've made little clear tubing so I can see if the nano coating happens on that side of the copper cable. So this is the fan that I'm going to turn on. And first I'm going to plug in this socket over here. This is measured to be my live. That's why I took the plate off. Make sure it's live. So that's in. And now I'm turning on the fan. So I'm going to put it at the max speed, which is at 67.3 watts. No sparks. So it's turned on. Now I don't want to touch these cables anymore because they should be live. So something to be careful of. But the system is running. No sparks from my capacitors. And the meter is rolling. So now I'm going to move over quickly to the other control group and turn that on as well. So it's on, guys, which is today, what is it, 11/11, I think. So I'll go turn the other one off right now. On, right. All right, so this is the control group. It's been, I just turned the other one on a minute ago. The only thing I've changed here is because I forgot to turn this thing off. I didn't stop it at 1.3 exactly. So I took the other meter that I took out of the control group anyway on the second meter from the other platform, and I put it here because it's exactly at 1.3. So I'm going to stick in my socket over here. I just stick that one in. Left-handed, I'm right-handed, so. And this is the fan. Same fan as the other one. Going at 3 as well. I'm going to tape these so nobody turns them off. And at 1.3, my control group is running as well. 1.3 kilowatts starting today at 7 o'clock in the morning on the 11th of November 2015. And I'm going to take measurements every 24 hours.
Any reports yet?
Any comments on that, Mr. Kesh? Or,
No, it's a genius way to show the copper wire that way, open. We should have had one before the unit as well. But remember, there is a slight adjustment that in your home wiring, if you go,
So I took the other meter that I,
stop there, please. In your home wiring, the gravitational and magnetical fields are next to each other in the same cable. Here, in his demonstration where he's put the copper wire, the what he calls negative and positive live and the neutral are too far away from each other. That is part of the process of nano coating. It's not just that the wire goes, you have gravitational and magnetical between two wires, which leads to nano coating. It'll be interesting to see if a single line nano coats, or if he opens his wire after the meter, if you see nano coating in there, because this is what you will see. This is where you are connected to the house. In his demonstration, the red line and the black line are about half a meter away from each other. Then we see it if it happens before with the separation, or this is what we call, one is magnetical, one is gravitational, and it brings the two together and it leads to nano coating. Carry on.
There was a question earlier about related to that, about whether the grid would be nano-coated beyond the meter if the meter tends to throttle the plasma or
Yes, it does.
cascade.
It does. This is
But
one
how
of
does it
the,
get through the meter if the meter doesn't allow it when you put a meter on each side of the unit?
that is a different process. That
Okay.
is, as you have to understand, that's a totally different process. It will be interesting to see if you wire to your, what do you call it, this wire gets nano-coated, the white wire, and this wire doesn't get nano-coated, the black, after the meter. We monitor, you let us know. But we have seen the wires here to be nano-coated. This, you tell us, and we'll see. Yes? Pardon?
I just have to get the other mic done. Just wanted to ask you, if you have 2 meters, one before and one after, could you say that the plasma would be bouncing between them?
No, it is the way these systems work. You cascade it. It's known as cascading. I'll call it a cascading. You trap the plasma field flow. It is the way it's like putting two state of matter and you create a new condition. And you find out your meters behave as a resistor. Yeah. This is what we see, and this is what we have seen with the people who are using and developing. When you receive your units in the post or with your delivery people, please make sure you follow the procedure exactly as is stated. Go to MAGRAV site. There are a number of people asking, where is my unit? If we do not see your units turn up within the next few days or next week or so, then we have to backtrack on the track record, what do you call it, tracking number, to see what it is, if you have a problem with your customs or you have to pay a duty before you get the delivery of goods, because a lot of nations want you to pay duty for importing electrical goods into the nation. It's not that there is a problem. It's if we don't announce the shipping tracking because of the security and safety.
This is the updated MAGRAV unit that I have.
This is back again to the same guy.
No, sorry about that.
Yeah. So if you don't receive your units in the next few days, let's say next week, 10 days or whatever, get back to us. because most probably we get a feedback from from our shippers that these items are stuck in the customs too, that we have to inform you. We have tried. A number of you have given us addresses which are incomplete. Am I correct, Carlos? People, yes. We have sent an email to you. Please respond to the email with the correct delivery address. Carlos, because the factory has responded to us that some of these addresses are not complete, they cannot dispatch. So if you check your email in the next few days, if you have received an email from the foundation in respect to confirming your address or changing of the address, please respond to it, because we can't send it till that's corrected. Next one.
Excuse me, Vince. Roald was coming online. He's coming in this. He wanted to answer some questions, I guess.
Hi, Richard. How's your unit?
It's I'm getting corrected on a few mistakes, so I need to buckle up and get along.
Ah. What's the problem? Where you made a mistake that we can learn from it?
Well, I'm running into the lab in like 15 minutes, and I'll show you.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Okay, just keep in mind that he's coming in and he wants to get in.
Okay, I see him there now. Okay, Roald, you should be able to open your microphone there, or I'll open it for you, and you can speak. Just got muted again.
Yeah, now you can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you had any questions. I just came online because for me it's morning. But I saw you guys were touching on some of the videos, so maybe you had a question about something. Yeah, I did have some updated numbers. I have a small drop. I started yesterday on 1.3, and right now I am at 2.5 on one of the meters. Let me check. It's a 300-watt difference, I think.
Hello. Have we lost him, or is
No,
it?
I think there's an echo going on here.
Okay.
So I think I have to. Yeah, I muted that, so that's okay. So I see a difference in, I think I have to check the numbers exactly, but it's a minor difference, but it's a difference. So the control group is running at 2.5 this morning, kilowatt hours, and the other one was at 2.46, something like that. So it's only 40 watts from what I can see, but I have a really small fan hooked up to it. So it is a minor difference, but it's a little difference, and it's only been 22 hours. So
Yeah, let me explain while you're online. The difference is that you have to nano coat the line between your unit and fan.
exactly.
And the lower powers you use, the slower the process is.
Yeah.
If you add like a small 500 watts heating fan to both of them, you will see the speed of the reduction will be faster.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking for a system that I can be hooking up. But we live in the tropics here, so I don't have any heating fans here.
In tropics, no, you have a problem.
I need something else. With
Well, we have the same problem in Philippines in our research organization there. What you got to do is find yourself a boiling water system.
something that keeps boiling continuously, because you want to run it all the time, right?
Yes, you don't maybe. Pardon?
Yeah, well, we have air conditioning here. The only problem is we have two different types of electricity. We got 50 hertz for everything, but we have both 120 and 220 volts
It
here.
doesn't make any difference. The system takes both.
So hook up the air conditioning to basically only the output and just see what happens.
Yeah.
You can
So
do
if
it.
it burns out, but it shouldn't burn out.
Okay, it's a good test, but because the machine, the air conditioning machine is 220, that's why.
Yeah. You need a heavier load to be able to reach a maximum reduction.
Yeah, so that means
That's
I'm
why
going
we say it takes up to about 3 weeks to be able to nano coat all the lines before the power unit and from the power unit to your power supply.
okay.
Okay.
I'll try to find a bigger load, something like 500 watts or something.
Yeah. Yes.
Would it be a good idea to share that document to see if we can go through it so that everybody's aware of what needs to be done during the conditioning?
Yes, please. You
Just-
show the link and just let them. Because let me tell you, I can send you. Don't put it on. I can send it to you because now in the factory where the pictures was missing, they have taken the pictures and added to the package. You go it without it. Thank you very much for your time. I'm watching your work. See what happens because your system should be monitored. But what you need to do is just wait till I get the dossier from the factory with the pictures that they can see it. With it, unless you want to show it without the pictures. Vince? What we will announce hopefully in the coming days or hopefully by next week is the satellite channel that you'll be able to watch the Keshe Foundation, the Spaceship Institute as part of the teaching, and what they call it, Keshe Foundation program as part of the World Peace Plan. We use technology to back up the peace program, and I received from our intelligence people yesterday that how Russia is using part of the Keshe Foundation technology towards the peace because they've been monitoring the activities in Russia. And it'll be very interesting if they disclose it to us, we disclose it to you, how the technology is used by Russians in application of peace. There are the international security organizations are monitoring it, and as part of the Keshe Foundation security structure, when it's released to us, we release it to you to see how you can use your system to create that condition of peace, and it'll go on the satellite. Okay.
This is the document. I do believe this is the one without the pictures. So we could just go through it without the pictures, I think.
Okay, do you want to read it? I'm blind.
Vivek, can you go to the top?
Yes, you've done it. You know what you've got.
This was made by Vivek, one of our admin people, and he sent it off to us. So he's done a very good job with it, and we all been through it on the admin team, and it was a really good document. That's why we wanted to get the pictures to it.
While you're there, let me explain to you something which you might understand. The Keshe Foundation team in totality in the background, active more or less full on payroll of the Keshe Foundation, now has risen to between 30 to 50 people, more or less by end of this month and beginning of next month. So the foundation expansion, we are looking for people with expertise who can support different aspects. And as Vince just said, like Vivek, they become part of, we are looking for experts in different, even in research and development, even in creating a different kind of website. Carlos is looking for a few people to support him with the number of the Keshe Foundations to be homogenized in the structure to be set up. So if you have different expertise, somehow get in touch with the webmaster. We need huge support. Don't forget now with distribution, with Kevin joining us, we have some 200-300 plus salespeople, which they're living on the foundation. So we have to keep the products on the line. And on the other hand, we have already a couple of hundred people workforce on the Cash Foundation manufacturing. The research side, we are looking for people. And in the coming days, we'll set a special link on the Cash Foundation, job opportunities. We have realized there's a problem in our manufacturing side, especially in Italy, hit us very fast, very quick. We need people who understand the structure of how nanomaterials created, how to manufacture it, and everything else to be brought into line. So if you understand these kind of processes, how to make nano coating and but industrial scale, we need you to, in the different countries where we set up, to teach the workforce the correct way. Then what happened to us, we lost nearly 70,000 euro of goods last week for just this misunderstanding. They treated as its wire, not treated as a magrav or a plasma condition. So if you have any, or you have what they call it, taught yourself into these things and you're looking for a job, keep an eye on the job opportunities and in all the countries where we put on. We prefer to employ people which have the expertise and the knowledge than going through the training, or bring the people who understand to train the others.
So we will have a support site up that will have the positions that we're looking for, or the expertise that we're looking for to help with the foundation. So that will be up very shortly. We wanted to get it up by Monday, but we just ran into a time issue. So as soon as that comes up, there'll be an announcement on of course, the homepage of the keshfoundation.org website, where you'll be able to go to every place that we talked about here today.
Yes, especially I think with the Cash Foundation Germany going into production, and Cash Foundation UK going into production, and especially Cash Foundation Belgium is very solid. There are a lot of people there who understand what they are doing. Hopefully they can carry it through very quickly. And it's the same with other Cash Foundation manufacturing. We realized it very early on that the workforce needs to be trained, and instead of training and spending months for them to understand it, if you are looking for a new opportunity in plasma technology and you understand the process, especially industrial size of it, we are looking for people in every section, even in what do you call it, in dispatch. We need a huge support in a lot of sites. It's a new organization, and we estimate, as I said, the structure of the workforce with all the nations coming together. The foundation as a whole will employ thousands, tens of thousands in the next 12 months. And the opportunity will come from the foundation. We will not go outside looking unless the governments give us the restriction that we have to employ so many people. And even those we employ are part of the Cash Foundation understanding team. We don't take a priority, but it gives us a better chance of producing better goods. So please keep an eye on the support section and vacancies. All the companies of the Cash Foundation are supporting, or even if you are setting up a company not carrying the logo of the Cash Foundation, but you want people who understand the magrav technology, that we can help you with your production, we are there to support you. We are, as I said, what has become and will be carrying the logo of the Cash Foundation, SSI, will give credibility to the goods. And we have seen it. It says what they call C certificate produced, American certificates is being given. So the technology is correct. And we produce a spectrum of goods. We produce goods without fancy clothing, like the Weatherway Magrav system is so fancy for the international market use, for the people who the use is important than how it looks, what I call the Russian style, which I always enjoyed very much more than the polish system, which has problems with it. Or if you want to have a Rolls Royce looking very fancy looking, then you can have the Magrav power systems. So we are looking for an educated plasma workforce. And you've seen it from the gentleman. He only came to run Keshe Foundation 20th of October and is already producing systems. He can show us what it is. It's you who got to extend the knowledge, and we are here to support. But we now, with thousands of Keshe Foundation supporters around the world, and the way we are rising in a vertical situation, there are gaps needed to be fulfilled, and what do you call it? The team, everybody who's responsible for their section will decide on your condition. But Keshe Foundation in Germany most probably needs a lot of support of people in Germany who understand the work and they can support. We do a security check. We have a list of number of people who are what we call against the foundation. They think they can set up others people to infiltrate. We cover ourselves very well. And secondly, as part of the development of the new technology, national securities have become aware of our work. A lot of, as I said, people in Belgium and in Germany and in Holland start accusing the foundation of everything else. So national securities are woken up. And in the waking up, they have realized there's a new opportunity for the nation. And in a way, we thank all these people because now they have approached the people around us to support the foundation in that we don't go wrong. So if you're looking for a job and you're sincere in it and you understand the work of the plasma in every aspect, not only nano coating, if you have an idea about new computer structure we can use, new plug system, new heating system, new lighting system, and you can combine it with us, join the foundation and make what I call contribution towards humanity. Carry on, please.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning.
Morning. Okay, I'm just going to quickly read the important parts of the document that we prepared. For the first part, I've written over here. Therefore, it is
a little
crucial.
bit louder, please?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, a little bit louder.
Okay. Okay. Over here, I've written, therefore, it is crucial that the nano coating of all the wires in the household be done in a gradual and systematic manner through the MAGREV's power unit. And I've also added, it is important to remember that once the MAGREV's unit is connected and turned on, do not turn off or unplug the unit from that point onwards. It must keep running continuously in order for it to work effectively. And then we go on to say, please read all the instructions before connecting the MAGREV's power unit. Okay, let's go on to point number 1 over here. Included with your MAGREV's power unit is a phase meter. The phase meter is used to determine which plug of your household socket is connected to the live or hot wire. So the steps outlined in point number 1, point A, turn on the phase meter and touch each plug of the socket. B, the plug in which the phase meter turns on its light permanently or flashes much more quickly than the other plug is where the live wire is located. C, locate the side of the MAGREV's power unit plug marked live and connect it correctly to match the live plug of your household socket. And finally, point D, and this is repeated throughout the rest of the steps. If the MAGREV's power unit is connected wrongly to the neutral wire instead of live, there's a very high possibility of the unit being rendered inoperative and therefore falls outside the scope of manufacturer's warranty. So we stated very clearly that the connection has to be done in a very specific way. That is point number 1. May I move on to the next point, sir? Hello? Okay. Okay, point number 2. This is where the conditioning of the unit starts. Once you have connected your MAGREV's power unit to your household socket, turn on the switch on the socket and leave the MAGREV's power unit to condition itself to electricity in the household for 3 days, day 1 to day 3. And under that point A, it is important that no load be connected to the MAGREV's power unit at this time. The MAGREV's power unit will be nano-coating the wires around the socket at this time and settling into its environment. Point B is failure to follow this step may cause the unit to be rendered inoperative and therefore fall outside the scope of manufacturer's warranty. Okay, point 3. On day 4, connect a small LED desk lamp to the MAGREV's power unit and allow this to run continuously 24 hours a day for another 4 days, day 4 to day 7. Point A. It is important to note that the resistive loads, such as but not limited to electric heaters, motors with carbon brushes, incandescent light bulbs, and battery, cell phone, mobile chargers should not be connected to the MAGREV's power unit. B. This is to allow the MAGREV's power unit to send and receive power at the plasmatic nano-coated level and not at the metal copper matter level. Remember, the key to MAGREV's technology is in the nano-coating of your household copper wires via the MAGREV's power unit. C. Exceeding the above recommendation may cause the unit to be rendered inoperative and therefore fall outside the scope of manufacturer's warranty. Then we go on to point number 4. On day 8, it is time to gradually build up the non-resistive load on the MAGREV's power unit. A. Add a small second load to your MAGREV's power unit, such as a table or stand fan. B. Ensure that both the stand fan and LED desk lamp remain turned on and running continuously 24 hours a day from here on. C. Allow this new combined load to run for another 3 days, day 8 to day 10. And D is again a repetition of the above. Then we go on to point number 5. On day 11, add a small resistive load to the unit, such as a small electric jug, excluding immersion heaters, which is rated at 500 watts or less. Electric heaters with built-in fans, like fan heaters, low-power hair dryers, etc., would also work for this purpose as long as they are rated at 500 watts or less. This is to gradually condition the now nano-coating household electrical system to condense plasma into a narrow bandwidth of electron vibration for resistive loads. A. On first run, allow the resistive load to run for 10 minutes. B. Allow a break of 3 to 4 hours. C. Then run the resistive load again for 10 minutes. D. Gradually increase the runtime of the resistive load. As such, day 11, run it for 10 to 15 minutes. Point number 2, increase by 5 to 10 minutes per day from days 12 to 16. And on day 17, no more than 30 minutes run time. E. This is done gradually to condition nano-coated electrical wires to accommodate the use of plasma energy by resistive loads. And F is again a repetition of what was previously stated. And finally, point number 6. From days 18 to 21, the resistive load on the MAGREV's power unit may be gradually increased from 500 watts to its rated 2 kilowatt limit. Appliances such as toaster ovens and heat guns may now be introduced to the MAGREV's power unit's electrical system. Non-resistive loads are not affected by this rating and theoretically is unlimited. And I've added a couple of notes at the bottom of the document. Number 1, after the household electrical system has been conditioned with your MAGREV's power unit, exercise caution when using powered rotary hand tools such as electric drills. The torque of the powered rotary tool at lower revolutions will increase noticeably. A steady grip and lower revolutions will be required so as not to damage items being drilled into or screw heads being stripped by the increased torque. And two, when cascading auxiliary MAGREVS power units become available for purchase on the Cash Foundation webshop, you may consider purchasing a unit and installing it in another room of your home as far away as possible from the first unit. This would increase the resistive load of the MAGREVS power unit from 2 kilowatts to 5.2 kilowatts. And that is the end of the document.
This is perfect. There is, I can hear myself. Yeah, I said this is absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for your effort. There is one thing which you need to add to it that I could not see or I might have missed, is that anyone who's got the light bulb, what they call the old version light bulbs, not the saving lights, they have to make sure they are not operating. Pardon?
Yes, sir. It's here.
Yes.
Incandescent light bulbs.
Ah, okay. Okay, I've seen it there. This is important, and especially if where you mentioned the toasters and the others, they have to introduce them in the steps. You can't just plug it in at that day. You just need to add in that sentence, it got to be introduced in the steps. Like the toasters and others. Yeah. They have to be introduced in the steps. You can't put them on all the time. You have to allow the wiring to be done. You turn it on for a few minutes, you let the toaster go back off, and you let it nano-coat it, and it goes back on again. It's very beautiful. It's very nice. I think you got the rest of the manuals for the system as it comes. We have advised in the leaflets that people to go to magrav.com, that it gets any update they can use, they can see. Thank you very much. As I said, this is
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's a fantastic job. Appreciate it highly.
Thank you, Mr. Cash.
This is the way, as I said, expertise of different people come online and we can use, and how this knowledge to further development. There are a lot of new products sitting online to come. We had to go through, it took us 4 weeks to sort out the teething problem with the MAGRAV power. And even now we invested nearly 30,000–40,000 euro on the dies for the for the what they call the shell. Now we have found the easier way to do it. Now we're investing to make new cast. And when this is done, we do the same. Don't forget, if you're thinking of setting up manufacturing and you want to be connected with the Cash Foundation, get in touch with this, what you call it, manufacturers at Cash Foundation. We give you every support. We are the only organization in the world who is not afraid of collaboration to produce more. You are not a competition. The more you produce, the cheaper prices you produce, the faster the technology will be accepted worldwide. Never happened before. I heard someone saying that I'm going to produce so much Cash Foundation MAGRAV power so cheap that I'm going to make Cash Foundation bankrupt. Please do, because that's our purpose, to let the humanity out. And this is one of the reasons we moved in China, that we compete on the same legs worldwide. If the competition tries to go under price, it will be the same for everybody else. I'm searching maybe on the line of the speakers. Sometime when I'm on the line of the speakers, you get this. So what it is, these manuals are needed. Please update them. If you see anything, let us know we need to update. And we'll see where we go with it and how far we can go with it. There is one thing which you have to have in mind. Even though we are showing new systems, new energy systems, new development technology, this is not our aim. Cash Foundation, SSI, is a spaceship program. We are still heading And we are working at the position to be able to show the flight system in the coming months. This is our target. At the same time, once we achieve flight, we should be able to show people can use it. It's not just what do you call it, something which can fly. We need the energy system for it. We need the water system for it. We need the medical application for it. So this is all building up towards one point in the pyramid. And it's needed. If you find, we've seen our Chinese doctor yesterday teaching in the private teachings. We've seen scientists from different parts of the world coming here for a day, half a day, or 2 or 3 days, and sharing their knowledge with us all across the world. So soon we will have a collaboration with a couple of universities where the scientists and the professors will bring in the knowledge of the designs for a space technology. These are the scientists who've been working with us in the background. They'll come on board to show you how to do. There is a procedure which we are considering for car manufacturing, that the new cars which can hover, or what you call lift situation, is done totally in a new design condition. These are the scientists, professors from university which have worked for years on these projects, but they could not find the technology to fit their ideas in. So you will see a lot of these developments, and all will be done through here, through the Keshe Foundation. In next week, we could announce a new collaboration on the medical application of the technology with the health side. We'll see how the negotiation goes. And as I said, Joanne is looking at me in a very funny way. We could announce the collaboration of the Keshe Foundation with one of the world government space programs. We all at the moment are standing by. If it happens, and we think it's very high possibility it'll happen, the next step out of commercialization is a space technology, and collaboration with governments, as we've done now with Ghana Space Institute. We'll go to the next step up at the highest level with the sanctions of the what we call the presidents of the nation. If it happens the way we see this, is very well on track. So on the other hand, we need to understand, as beautifully put on this screen just now, we got to learn a new way. At the moment, you go, you buy a power generator, you plug it in, and it just produces, you run the fuel and run the electricity. You've seen it, how methodically you have to follow a step to be able to use, because once you use this technology the way it's set, then you will understand, as the wires in the house are nano-coated, you can produce your energy unit anywhere. You can put your medical unit, if your child is sick, you put the medical unit in his room, because the plasma is already received through your wiring in the house at the point where you want it. It's just translation of the plasma into the health application where the child can receive the plasma it needs for the condition they're in. These are the new products which will be launched. And as I said, please, we put as many blueprint days on, weeks on, that you can all copy the technology. We need you to do it, that totally in one go, it's moved to one direction. It's been such a pleasure. I would have been looking at, if somebody showed us the system working or building in Germany or here in Italy or whatever. But when you see people in the smaller islands are doing it, this is the pleasure of it. We have reached where we wanted to reach, to masses. You see very little island in Caribbean, small islands in Africa, the small nations, scientists are doing it. We have got to the point in Ghana that we cannot more or less do anything but start teaching other nations in Africa. We have come to the point that the world leaders are realizing there is an opportunity they want to bring to the nation. We have a person who's becoming 100% the next president of a nation, close friend of the foundation. He wants the foundation to be there as part of the support for his election. And he knows it's going to be, but he shows he can deliver energy to a country which is needed. We have received requests from the possible future First Lady of a nation, inviting the foundation to be as part of the development for her husband's election opportunities in the future, in the coming months. We have collaboration with the world leaders who understand what it is, but they were waiting for the power unit to come to show its power, that they can stand, they don't make a mistake. And now the power units are out. We are strong enough to stand criticism, but we are strong enough to understand the collaboration. In the coming weeks, you will see how the technology will evolve. The MAGRAV units, which we sent out with ambassadors, some have a problem because the scientists put 2 meters on either side, they blocked it. Now they have to restart it, and some of them have damaged the system because of it. Because they blocked, it became too resistive, so the system doesn't play as a plasma system, it tries to play as a matter system. But as we say, as the Arabs say, they call ostrich a camel bird. They say, where is your hump? It says, I'm a bird. They say, if you're a bird while you're in your flight, it says, I'm a camel. So the system, with putting it in the middle, you trapped it between the two, half operation, you heat it up, and they opened it, and they see the problem. But now we realize we have problem, but on the other hand, we have to teach for people to understand, like we saw in the video. The process is becoming very fast. In the next couple of weeks, we will release new equipment for this technology. We manufacture it. The new plug system will show you tomorrow, most probably by next Thursday. You will see adoption to the plugs that you can plug in. The cassette size for the backup as a cascading unit is literally the same thing in a very short level, to go into the house in different position to speed up the process and give you more power to 5.4 and heating. The technology today, as we speak, has been granted finance by the Italian government for its use in conjunction with another system in Italy. It was sanctioned this week, which means an organization took one of our systems and they said, we want to use this system in conjunction with our system. They tested it, it's been accepted. And this company, what they're telling us, they want to build their new factory with a new system next to ours, where we are producing our units. That the collaboration, whatever is produced, are part of it. And most probably what we are negotiating is that the company, which is well established here in Italy, will become part of the Keshe Foundation structure, because not only they are using the MAGRAV power, now they use the heating system and other systems which we developed for the MAGRAV. So merger of the two companies is inevitable. Is actually, I was told this morning that we have to do it. So we are putting the factory somewhere else. So we are moving next to you because we need the two to be together. And then there is a talk that we share the factory floor, and then the foundation and the company, which is a well-established, well-known company in Italy, becomes part of the Keshe Foundation. We'll announce this within the next few weeks. So in Italy, we've been given a lot of support by people and the governments and the authorities, and we have not let them down. We've seen the first hundreds of jobs created in Italy today. And then this will multiply. We are inviting the press next week to be able to demonstrate the work of the unit. They can do whatever they like with it. And then the new pen, what do you call it, paint pens, Italian one, we'll show you tomorrow or next week. The same will be with the new paint pads. The paint pads are manufactured in Italy. They look absolutely gorgeous. As I said to you, when you look at the paint pens, as we see from Philippines, they look so beautiful that you want to get sick to use it. It's absolutely, it's an Italian love affair, I called it. It's just that you have to get to sick to see just if it works. So we'll show it to you. It's beautiful. And we know between us and Brennan that because of the structure we use and the structure they use, it's a different power system. So we need the two. If you want a weaker system, you pick the Philippine condition pen. If you want a stronger system, we can do. The Philippines can do the same, but the way the structure of the pen does not allow that capability, but they can produce it. So you see the technology in the next 3-6 months will take totally new shape. And if our negotiation tomorrow afternoon finalizes with the satellite company here, the television company with all the workers become part of the Keshe Foundation. It's not just that we're taking a satellite, we're merging a television station directly into the back of the Keshe Foundation with all the auditors, with all the workers, with the camera crew and everything else. So it's a vertical process. That was a surprise to Giovanni. He thought he knows everything. But when we speak to you about the satellite teaching, and in a way we advertise on the platform of our own products, because the more products can become naturally accepted worldwide, then we see what we're looking for, neutralizing the interaction of the field of these reactors with the human body to calm the need, the demand of aggression down. And then we not only set the governments for the World Peace Plan, we prepare the humanity on a psychological level to accept peace. Because now you have everything you need. We give you everything you need, the water, the energy, the food, even the space program. As always said to my workers over years, if I take your worries away, you work perfect. And this is how I did. Even if you look at the structure of the teachings, every company starts 8, 10 o'clock, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. The staff have to rush to be there 9 o'clock, putting the children to school. When they get to the office by 9 o'clock, it's half aggression because everything had to be done. And then they have to find a loophole in the middle to get to the bank and do the shopping. Here, you start 10 o'clock. If it doesn't work, 10:30 is still the same. Because the purpose is to teach, is not to create mayhem for the others to enjoy. This is the way life has to become. We contribute according to the pleasure of the contribution. And slowly, we bring the ethos of the work into the structure of the human life. So, as you see, what I planned years ago now is coming to fruition. Very interesting point. We have to unite. Even our enemies, we are sending free units to. Not as a sign of our weakness, but as a sign of our greatness. All the people who oppose Keshe Foundation, even they never made a nano-material in their life, in the coming days will receive a free unit. People in Antwerp, people in Bulgaria, people in other parts of the world who've been sitting in the opposition, we give you a free lift. The gift is yours. Use it. At least when you understand it, maybe you understand your mistakes. Nothing to do with us. So we are not creating enemies. We are uniting. But at the same time, we don't stand on the want of bigness to be attacked. We defend ourselves so heavily that nobody thinks to attack us. Because we are correct. We are correct in our conduct. And this is how, when you set up Keshe Foundations around the world of manufacturing, work from the point of strength of correctness. Because when you conduct it, that's how it is, that's how it goes. So the biggest problem was to release the MAGRAPH technologies, the power system. We done and we taught. Yeah.
Hello, yes. Yeah, we had a power outage here. Just for a few seconds was enough to kill all the computers and knock out the live stream. So I just reconnected into Zoom and reconnected the live stream. We lost a little bit there, but I thought I wouldn't disturb the flow and just keep going here.
How much have you lost? Rick?
Well, yeah.
How many? A few minutes or 10 minutes or 5 minutes?
It was earlier, about 10 or 15 minutes ago before you got into this part. So I think it'll be okay. It wasn't for that long. It was about a 2-minute outage or something like that.
Okay, no problem. Yes, Catch in Nigeria, the center will be open next Thursday. Yes, for the official opening. Can you put a picture up? Yeah. As I said, Alex is on a full payroll of the Keshe Foundation, and he's setting up heavily. We are supporting and financing the setup of the foundation center. This is where Ghana or Nigeria. Nigeria, yes. You can see the banners of the Keshe Foundation Nigeria. They have their own logos, they have their own structure, and in so many ways, as I said, African nations have a priority for the Keshe Foundation. South American nations, and in the negotiation, we are talking to a group that our biggest problem at the moment sits in India. India, because of the casting and the cultural structure, we have to be able to open this development for one of the most populated nations on this planet. And we have two ways. I have started negotiations at the highest level in the diplomatic corps. And at the same time, we have found a partner who already have an operation in India that they can start the production in India very rapidly. They do not need any financing. We are financing 51% of the production, and they have the infrastructure in India to be able to distribute the units very rapidly. The main thing in India for us and in Africa is not so much energy units in one way, but is the health aspects, decontamination of contaminated waters. This is our priority. Creation of the food and agriculture, being able to produce harvest without the effect of chemical, materials. A lot of production will go in that way. Yes, please. Open your Zoom. No problem. I've just looked at the pictures. Marco has access to it. They received it from Caroline. You got to realize this teaching like today is watched around the world by thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in every nation. So they can see us teaching, and you can see the Keshe Foundation teaching. And this is the, the center is set up to be done. In the official opening of the center will be next Thursday. Hopefully, Alex can set up. Alex has a huge problem on his hand. He's one man, and now is requested by the other nations, African nations, to do the same. So we're bringing back here the Keshe Nation Nigeria with their own flag. They even have a telephone number. They're well equipped. So bringing financial and support for world peace. You need people of these nations to become part of the Keshe Foundation teaching support. If you are of any of the nationals of any of the African nations and you have access to the structure of the country, we support you. I have organized a few meetings with a number of African nation ambassadors who you saw in the World Peace presentation, in a way by distributing the first units to them that allows us to start calling on their development. If you are in any of the African nations, you're producing your own nanomaterial, your own GANs, and you think you don't know enough, if you manage to make the coils and the power units, get in touch with the Keshe Foundation support. We will support you to teach your nation. We support you to set up your own centers of teaching and manufacturing. Especially manufacturing is our main target. If you have managed in Namibia, in what do you call it, any of the African nations, to produce, replicate our work, it means you have understood it or you're trying to understand it, and you can teach it to the others. The Keshe Foundation worldwide will support you to set up the factories that in your own means you can produce it. I have ordered 20 units of the winding system to be produced by the Keshe Foundation Canada, by Jeff DuPont once they completed it. And these 20 units are for African nations, which means in setting up, you can immediately go into production. You can reuse the wires which are there and everything else, that we can support you. Because this technology has to be used by total of humanity in one level at the same time. We set a standard, and please, if you follow our standard, which is for every unit you sell to the others you give, that they can have it freely, has to be part of the work. As I said in other talks last week, is the way Brennan is. A correct man, he wrote to me that we have made a profit, that the Keshe Foundation profit is so much, I want to send you the payment to the bank. And I wrote to him, says, you don't need to pay us. Make more units, what is our profit, and give it freely on the streets of Philippines to the people as part of the Keshe Foundation. This is the way we work. This is the way you've got to work. Don't join us or don't see us as a honeypot. See us as a process to give system to the others that they can have the same opportunity, free from pain, free from energy, free from food restrictions, that we can work. One of the biggest problem is governments cannot stop this movement anymore. We become too big and we become too many of us that there is no border restriction. It's just understanding what is going to do and what we can accommodate. So if you are in a third world nation, we are there to support. We see through you. If you are trying to be nice to get in to become millionaires, very soon you find out the only richness you receive will be through your soul, because you give your shirt. When you see a crying man with a child in front of you, I don't have food to give and I can't feed my child, you give a unit away and then you give the whole factory away. This is how it works. We don't tap into your physicality, we tap into your soul through the need of enjoying to give. So it's nice to see these things. We have one of the most beautiful souls, what I call Alex, with us, and I trust him so much in the way that he works the ethos of the Keshe Foundation in developing the technology, that I have given my 2 sons for him to teach them the ethos of the foundation. My 2 sons sits on the board of directors of Keshe Foundation UK, but fully supported by Alex. And you've seen what is done in Nigeria. Is there anything else we can have a look at?
Yes. Oh, yes, there's quite a bit more, if we wish. Well, we could continue on the, just on the ones on the Keshe Foundation Blueprint website, for example. and just sort of browse through those so we can, because those people have been up for a bit, and it'd be nice to show that their work.
Can we share the screen?
Yeah, let me get the screen share here. And okay, so we saw one from Guadeloupe, and we saw Ali from Vancouver. Now there's we've got Peter and Andreas from Austria. There's a little video. We can have a look at that. I think I might have to let me reshare because I need to stick on the sound unit here. Okay, there we go. And where's the video? Oops, yeah. Okay, so let's play that.
Welcome to Free From Fuel to the Nano Workshop. The first 8 episodes show you what this is all about. Now here is the first DIY lesson. We will make a nano coating for copper wires. Simple and free of costs. From scrap, a campfire and a bucket of water. We can use the nano-coated copper wires for a lot of fascinating experiments. But this for later. In the second part of the film, I'll show you a more sophisticated variant for those who like it complicated like me. We use chemicals then instead of a campfire. Okay, here we go. Take an old cable. We just need the wires inside. Cut the cable into pieces of 50 centimeters each with a pair of pliers. Open the hole with a sharp knife and get the wires out. Dismantle the wires with a wire stripper. Screw in the bare cords and wrap them around a pencil, just like that. Makes a fine copper coil. You can also use brand new copper wire from a wire.
Yeah.
I think we were talking about this before, Mr. Kesh, with the braided wire compared to the solid wire. Can you explain the difference there? Because he's using
We
braided.
prefer not to use because the braided wires create composite fields. And we are not set for that yet because how you tighten the braided wires together or how you twist them together gives different results.
I think you were talking about multi-strand wires.
Yeah, sorry, not braided, stranded wire.
Yeah.
Yes, stranded.
Right. Okay. Now this
The
video
same
is actually
multi-stranded wires, the same.
right. Okay. Yeah, I can understand that. This video is kind of long. I didn't really expect that. We could.
It's very nice to see it, no problem.
Okay.
I would like to see his vegetable pot.
Yeah, maybe we should go full screen on it or something here to. I'm not sure if it can handle everything here. I'll try though. We'll see what happens.
Coil, but an old cable also does it. Dismantle with a wire stripper.
Agricultural. The herbs are pot. Can you go forward?
That's the same, just seen.
Sorry?
Mm-hmm. We'll teach you about this later on. It's very good. No.
Do you want to just go from here then? Okay.
Yeah, go to the herbs and let's see.
The herb part, okay.
Place a bucket of cold water.
Uh-huh. No, just where it goes to the vegetables in the cooking pot. Yeah. Have we lost Rick, or is it there?
7 minute. No, I'm
Okay.
here. I'm just trying to, here's the nano coating. Can you? I'm sorry, you don't see anything on the screen? Also, I was wondering about. Okay, so
Pardon?
I know what I can do. I can make it bigger this way, perhaps.
Yeah.
Is that better?
These are the people we had dinner with. And they
Okay.
turned up for dinner.
Okay, so we're on still nano coating, and we'll keep moving along. 7 minute. Oh, okay. From there, say? Okay, let's try that.
So I put it into the solution. And IV into the solution. And remember, put on gloves. They have to be waterproof and much stronger than these. Pour 1 liter of boiling water into the bowl. Take care not to inhale the vapor. And do this outside. And immediately put the lid on. Take care that as little vapor as possible is lost. The vapor must stay inside. In the first minutes, you can watch the aluminum foil dissolve. So be very careful. After 3 hours, it's cooled down and looks like this. Looks a bit disgusting, but mostly harmless. Doesn't smell as bad as it looks, but I think you shouldn't trust my nose. I poured it into this measuring jug, but it was too small. I should have poured it directly into the bottle if I'd had a cone. Pouring and pouring. The bottle is not suited for food anymore. Please mark appropriately and store safely. Mount a spray head from the scent shop. And use good gloves. This really burns the skin. And now, screw tight. The vapors must stay inside. Our coating is ready for use. This is the chemical variant. Well, just holding the copper into the fire would have been much easier. But some of you perhaps like to do it this way. By the way, after a week, my coating storage bottle looked like this. The thread totally disintegrated, just like before when we mixed the solution. So don't store this in a Coca-Cola plastic bottle. We are still not done yet. Now comes the nano coating. The fire and water method would have been much easier. So again, dismantle an old cable and wrap the wires around a pencil to get a fine coil. An expensive wire also does it. Wrap around a marker in both rotations. Make sure that your coils will fit into the bottle in which the coating will take place. The copper coils go into a clean bottle. Taking the coils out again in the end was difficult, so please make sure you use a wide neck bottle. The narrow neck bottle I used here was no fun at all. Apply 1 or 2 sprays from the coating mixture. We don't need the solution here, but just the vapor. It's just a nano coating.
What did they use? We didn't see the beginning. It's okay.
Screw tight. Vapor now fills the inside, which will coat the copper coils within the next 24 hours. First, it looks like this. Put the bottle into the sunlight. After a few hours, it looks like this. Turn it around occasionally. And remember, use a wide neck bottle. Otherwise, you will have a hard time getting the coils out again. After a day, it looks like this. Everything is coated in black. But we are still not done. We now have to decrease the potential of the coils. The African fire and water method is definitely a bit quicker, though. We need a galvanized fence. You get such a roll from the hardware store.
Okay.
Or you ask your neighbor for some pieces.
Thank you very much. It's very nice the way we're getting information in this way from everywhere. But if you want to nanocoat in a very fast, effective way, without any chemical side effect, use your plasma power unit and put it before than after, because the power after the system is much weaker than the one before. You take 1 kilowatt hour out, but you put 4 kilowatt hour into the grid. So whatever you want to nanocoat, I'll show you in the environment. You can create exactly like Coca-Cola bottle, but you put. Can we go on a full screen? Maybe we can teach something here. Yeah, but what you can do, there's one way to do it, but you have to know how to do it. It's very important. It's if you create, this is your power unit, and this is your supply line where you connect to your, what do you call it, the meter or whatever. If you nanocoat this wire here, if I can go black, when you nanocoat, what is going on here? Why don't I get my black? Okay, when you nanocoat it, and you have already nanocoated the wire from the power supply, you can create an environment here where the plasma becomes part of the environment of this. All you need to do, you put your wires connected to this point and this point, but in this environment. If we don't connect it, either is the same, you will see the perfect plasma nanocoating. So you create like a plasma box between your power supply and your grid, and you pile the whole wires, whatever you want to nanocoat, in a way, the matter point, whatever, to here. Instead of nanocoating before there, you create a perfect, this is a plasma creation of the plasma. That is absolutely perfect. You'll never have a problem with it, but with this kind of plasma making, the direction of the flow of the plasma will become irrelevant. When you made caustic nanocoating, when you made the fire nanocoating, the winding will be affected, left or right or whatever you want to call it, clock or anti-clockwise. But when you nanocoat with a plasma, it's the way we explain in space. When you go, if you go to higher strength, the plasma of the antibody changes to the one. So when you create a nanoplasma coating with the wires, especially if you do it in a specific way, it's irrelevant if you do it clockwise or anti-clockwise, as you have now with your system. The system, as we talked earlier, you had to change because you did the wrong clockwise or anti-clockwise. When you nanocoat with the plasma, it's the plasma which turns according to the direction of flow. You understand? This is what Einstein called the funny thing he never understood. So this is what I said. These plasma unit production units is what we are going to use in the factory. It's easier. Once now we produced it, we make our coils just connected. All you need to do is just make a mesh, which the wire connection goes through the mesh, and your system gets nanocoated. There's a specific way to do it. You've got to be taught how to use it. Otherwise, your let's say copper wires, your coils, become resistive system. You have to coat it in a specific way that they become part of the plasma, that they get coated by the in a way, it's like going to a sauna, or when you smoke a fish. You don't put a fish on a fire, but you create a smoke that the smoke attaches itself. This way, plasma, you have to understand how to do it. We're going to teach it in one of the blueprints, where your plasma, because it's a dynamic plasma, is not an attachment plasma, then it doesn't matter if you put your coil upside down or clockwise or anti-clockwise. It changes as it needed, and it goes down in power, and it comes up to the power as you need it. This is part of the production of power units when we start teaching you. This is applicable, only you'll see the beauty of it when we become power generated through the plasma, not at this moment. And then I'll teach you how to do it. Yeah, yeah. You got to understand, some of you who've been producing plasmas in a mass, or what do you call it, power supplies, you must have seen some black spots on the ceiling of your room where the electric current is passing. And you're all wondering, what are these black spots? In a way, the energy which is coming from your cable is creating a magnetic field that in that environment, the plasma is interacting and you're creating nanomaterials on your ceiling, according to what matter is mixed in the plaster of the ceiling. You're literally nanocoating the whole house. You're becoming part of it. This is how it's in the space. In the spaceship, you don't have a room. You're part of the plasma. If you ever thought that by making the spaceship structure of the star formation, you only have the 3 reactors and the 4th one on the top, and you make yourself the, what do you call it, the spaceship. Don't forget, the whole thing is a plasmatic condition. And if you look, you shouldn't be afraid of it, because you live on one. You call it the Earth. So now we go into real space technology. We go into the step that everything we produce itself converts itself to a plasma. It's us, and the conditions we create dictates if it's going to be a matter state or a gaseous state or nano state. So production of, this is what I was telling our manufacturers for a couple of weeks, and I said, you do carry on the first production of the units, and then we use the units to create nano coating of the plasma. Then you don't have to worry about anything. And they keep on, when is the time to start? I said, when the units become perfectly the way I want them, because there's the steps to be done, then all we need to do, we literally put 2 or 3 of our units in the back and the front. We create an environment that everything nano is just literally smoking it, but in a plasma instead of heat. So in the coming time, if any of you understood what I'm talking about, please try it and come and show us. Otherwise, you will see a fantastic smoking chamber of plasma. Don't forget, we use the same knowledge in a spaceship program to feed you. We create the plasma of a banana, you will have banana. You create the plasma of orange, you all will have an orange. So it's a step towards the space technology, spaceship program that you understand, gradually, step by step, where we are going. What's the time, please? So I have to leave in half an hour because we have a bunch of students next door in another classroom. I have to go and give a talk to them for a few minutes. I'll leave it to Marco to carry on with the rest of the teaching today. I'll bring you a cap, don't worry.
Yeah, I will not wear it.
Bye. Oh, the Pope wears it the same. Yeah, we call it a soup pot. My brothers and I said, we're going for a soup with our own pot. When you go for Shabbat dinner on Friday night, is to eat chicken soup with rice. So when we used to camp, we say, oh, we are here with our own pots. Can we have some? My grandmother used to go crazy with us. Okay.
Mr. Kirsch, I thought we could run through maybe some of the other.
Yes, please, carry on. But these are the things you have to learn when it comes. Is a teaching and a blueprint together and a new development.
So this is another one of the characters.
How do I go on the
characters on the wall? This is Shandor, of course, and he's got a series of pictures and a video on how to do the stripping of the wire and so on. He's got a special.
Oh, we've seen this before.
Right, and yeah, that's in
the next one.
Previous one. Okay, we got Emilio Sinelli, and he's also got a insulation stripper and coiler video. Would you like to see that? Let's see how long it is first.
Do we have anybody?
Hey guys.
With what? Pardon me?
1 minute. Yeah, please.
1 minute? Okay, let's play it then.
This is Emilio from Taiwan, and I was making these Kesh power unit coils, and came up with a way where you could just make the coils, you see the bare copper here, without stripping the wire, or without stripping it ahead of time, I should say. What I did is I got a potato peeler, and you use one of those little white clampy things, I don't know what they're called, to connect it. And what you basically do is just go. And you're done. So I hope this helped you, and please share it.
Well, there you go. That may have beat Shandor's stripper, and I think Guy's even a little stripper.
That's always becoming absolutely brilliant the way things are taught.
Yeah.
Yes. It's Shandor
I think he needs definitely a patent right for this.
Sorry, it's Shandor here. Please don't say Shandor's pillar. I just found it on a video on YouTube. I was just that who found it, and somebody else invented the method. I was seeking to find the best way how to strip the wire. So this is how I found it on YouTube.
I think
Now
it's
you've seen it, how it's been developed, a new evolution in potato peeling.
I think it's an ancient Egyptian method, probably.
Anyway, that one-step coiling and stripping is genial. It saves a lot of work.
Okay.
Okay. Carl is there. Hi, Carl.
Hello, Mr. Cash. Can you hear me?
You become like a newsman for China for us.
Yes.
Okay, what's news?
Yes, I just got connected the February to the system to the 4 motors of the star formation.
And?
And I need to test whether I can levitate. Hello? Yeah, of course, but I'm not sure you can you see?
Yes, we can. Now, yes, we can.
Okay. 谁帮忙？喂，帮忙，你不是你定一下，稳一下 ，OK。
Oh, they've connected it to the fat boy.
Yeah. Yeah, just prevent prevent the people coming around and prevent them from electric shock.
Okay, what's the position? Have you started loading yet or not?
Yeah, it has been loaded.
And?
Yeah, it is running.
You have to make sure the coils don't receive the same amount of energy, huh? You got to make sure the cores receive different energy, that the difference.
Yeah, how do you see how to connect them? Because I connect them before after the unit. Maybe I can connect them before the unit.
No, it has to be after the unit. If you connect it before the unit, you have a more powerful supply. But start with the front or connect 2 of the cores or 1 of the cores to the after and 3 to before.
Okay.
Yeah, that you have to create a potential gravitational magnetic field difference to be able to create that. Then they start sucking on the plasma what they need.
Okay.
Because if you get it right, that thing in there should fly. This, as I told you, this is one biggest hope. Carl, please speak to Lisa.
Okay, I will speak to him. I will speak to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because we're trying to bring your center in directly as part of the production manufacturing part shareholding of the Keshe Foundation China. So we need you to come online.
Yeah. Okay, I will.
In a way, what we're trying to do from the production manufacturing, we're trying to finance your research center to become bigger for teaching.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else? Very strange. 6 months ago, a year ago,
他说，
we're getting to 2.5 hours. It's getting long enough. Now 3 hours and it's still going. No question asked. He's been nano-coated, nano-conditioned.
We have Eduardo Denise from North Carolina, USA. He just shows his coils and another picture of the nano-coated coils. And it looks to be a setup in the lathe. A lathe with a winding machine, yes. Winding
he's using a center lathe machine, yeah.
Yep.
Interesting. The units which JFD Ponce is doing is more or less works on the same condition, but in one coil. I've seen their separate coil being nano-coated. Try to put your coil inside each other if you're nano-coating caustic. It's easier than coating, inserting afterwards. Next one.
Okay, this is more from Ali from Vancouver.
Next one, we've seen. These are all videos.
No, yeah. I'm still going through.
Has Richard arrived home to show us what he's done?
I'm not sure. Another one, Marijo from Croatia.
Uh-huh.
And again, it's a bunch of coils. These are some of the earlier ones, but Thomas from Austria, showing the counterclockwise and clockwise coil formations. Nate from USA. And there's a couple of other links there that we could see more. There's Crystal from Vancouver.
We see a lot of women who start nano-coating. Somebody wrote yesterday, I'm a housewife, but I don't want to pay for it. I'm going to make it myself.
Look at, yeah, this.
There she is.
He's ready for action, armed with the drill and her wires.
A lady of action, yeah. We're getting a lot of females now that they understand it can change the structure of their billing at home. This is why they are coming on board. You have to understand, they know women are the best economists in the world, because a man goes to work, but he gives what he earns to a woman. So she's a budget maker. She knows every cent she cuts from waste, she can do something else for her children. And in the past few weeks, we've seen a rush of women who are actually wanting to nano-coat, learn. And we saw what our friend said from the United States. They have 500 women and children who are making nano-coating, because they know the money they don't pay for electricity, they can heat the children up, they can have a comfortable environment, is what they can spend on the house and the children for food. And we've seen a huge surge in women. The husband or the friends, and they are making it. They don't want to pay the €1,000 or €200 for whatever. And they can see it themselves. I've heard as a group of women are getting together, teaching each other how to coil.
Right, I was going to say they used to teach each other how to knit, but now they're doing coiling and taking it a lot further.
So we see, because these are the people we rely on, that they will change the structure, and that's where we want it to be able to change the household, rich in application of the technology, and the women very soon, because they sit on the top of the Keshe Foundation. If you men don't take it so easy. Okay.
Okay. And then we're down to our early shots of Richard here. And
he's there with his hands, I can see him.
He's got some beautiful coil pictures, of course, here. And it would be better maybe to get some later pictures. Right. We could, Richard, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. What happened to the gentleman in Austria who was, or Switzerland last week? He was making it. Hi, Richard.
Good morning, afternoon, actually.
Good afternoon.
I do have a video from the What Limit Club, which may be the one you're talking about, Mr. Keshe. There's a.
Can we have a look at that one, please? We come back to you, Richard, in 1 minute.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll just continue.
We'll continue.
Okay, let me do that here. Just a second.
You see, he's made his own coil system. Fantastic.
Okay, move Richard out, and this is the video. Oh, I didn't do the sound thing. Just I'm gonna have to check that first. Screen share back to here. Yeah, that seems to be true. Yes, Vince. Okay, let's play that.
Konstanter Laut durch die Musik, welche immer etwas mehr und weniger laut ist, ändert sich die Last dauernd. Ich kann euch mal den Anschluss zeigen. Wir kommen hier mit der Zuleitung von der Steckdose an dieses Kabel, welches lang genug ist, um verschiedene Steckdosen auszuprobieren, in verschiedenen Räumen mal einzustecken. Von hier aus haben wir den Nullleiter, der zu dem Gerät führt, und auf dieser Seite die Phase auf den Eingang ganz unten. Hier haben wir den Anschluss, vorläufig mal provisorisch mit den Krokodilklemmen ausgeführt. Hier geht es zum Verstärker. Hier kommt die Leitung vom Magraf-Device. Ich hoffe, man kann das sehen. Interessant ist auch, ich habe bisher keine Temperaturveränderung feststellen können. Gestern schon hatte ich konstante 22 Grad. Das ist alles immer gleich warm. Auch die Kabel, da das natürlich nicht perfekt ist, Stecker kommen bald dran. Kabel 22 Grad, da bleibt alles kalt. Zu den Kondensatoren, dem Capacitor, mache ich mal einen.
Ask Mr. Kesh, since this the video here is using a stereo system, would that be considered a resistive load or a non-resistive load?
It depends how it's done. It's both.
Because I use MOSFETs in there to increase the power, right? So
it's both.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So I just took it up into the air conditioning here, which is more comfortable to work. So what I do.
What is this one?
Ich kann euch mal den Anschluss zeigen. Hier auf den Eingang ganz unten. Hier haben wir den Anschluss, vorläufig mal provisorisch mit den
excuse me, gentlemen.
Interessant ist auch, ich habe bisher
I have to leave for a few minutes to talk to these students in the other room, and I'll come back. Marco will take over. Yeah, you can continue with this, he says, the boss.
Der Temperaturveränderung feststellen können. Gestern schon hatte ich konstante. Auch die Kabel, da das natürlich nicht perfekt ist. Stecker kommen bald dran. Kabel 22 Grad. Da bleibt alles kalt. Zu den Kondensatoren, dem Capacitor, mache ich mal einen eigenen Clip demnächst. Ich hatte da ein Problem. Ich habe es zuerst gleich mit den Capacitoren angeschlossen. Musste dann allerdings hier einen Bypass machen, da ich ein Problem bekommen habe, vermutlich mit dem mittleren Kondensator, der bei der Montage so auseinandergerutscht ist und ein Problem verursacht hat. Und da ich noch dachte, dass es da liegt, habe ich an den Capacitor vorbei angeschlossen, um den Fehler zu isolieren, und von da an hat das Device funktioniert. Als nächstes werde ich dann nebst den Stecker an den Stromkabeln, werde ich hier schauen, dass ich die Capacitor zum Laufen bekomme. Und morgen ist die Messhardware für Leistungsaufnahme und Rückgabe sollte eintreffen, dann kann ich das anschließen und dann habe ich auch Informationen über den Verlauf der Kilowattstunden. So viel für den Moment.
Okay, there's that one. And maybe we can go to Richard now. Hi, Richard. Not hearing any audio there yet if you're trying to do any. Maybe, oh, now I do.
You unmuted me?
No, you're good. Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was just actually in the process of making the capacitors, or remaking the capacitors, and I made some tests, and now I finally made up these. So what I've done, I've made GANs on paper, and I dried the paper. Then I cut it in pieces, and now you can really take like an electrode. I actually don't have a piece now to make it with. Just a sec. Let me see if I can make that. No, I just don't have a long enough wire. So what you basically do is you get this paper, not this one, another one. And what I do, to make sure, I make clear, I'm making this the opposite direction, right? I'm not even close known to say what direction it is now. I'm making a counterclockwise rotated coil set, so everything I have is this direction. So I just show you, so make sure that you see what direction I'm using, to not get confusion. Wait. Can you see? Not focus.
You have to wait for it to focus there. It's having a bit of a hard time.
Come on, get it. Where's my focus point?
I think it's trying to focus on the shiny wire. It likes the shiny wire and the
just go that way.
Doesn't like black. Oh, there we go. That's better. Yeah, just sort of hold it like that and a couple of different angles. Yeah, that's nice. So we can see that that is what appears to have a counterclockwise direction to the coil. So you would use the clockwise rotating rod to make this coil, correct?
Correct.
The standard method.
That's right. So I'm not
So
sure if I have the right set or the wrong set now, because there's still some confusion in that. So that will be the next question. But okay. So I'm continuing this one, and what I have now is I'm making these capacitors. So what I do, I just take the paper and I roll it. Be careful, because it wants to move out of the way. So you can quickly do this when you get it right. So what you have now is a thin layer of paste that was dried on that paper and just getting stacked.
And how long was that piece of paper?
I can measure it.
Maybe
give me a sec. I'll finish this one off. It's moving around too much. And then when I have it around it, I can just keep on rolling it and it will tighten. Make sure that it's already pretty much in position. And keep rolling. It's like making a firecracker. We use the same technique. So oh yeah, that's true. This is not a firecracker.
Just the same as making a firecracker. Oh, that's
no, just the okay. Everybody gets it, I hope.
Oh, you're fast now, though.
Yeah.
Great.
So this doesn't fit. So I just roll it off a bit, take off a piece, and then it goes in. You see this? And now it wants to focus, right? Finally.
Nice job.
So I'm just fixing these now, because the ones I made, and I have to correct that for everyone, they were made of a wet pasty substance on the paper. And then I wrapped it around it. Then I took a wire and wrapped that wire around it. So I really pressurized. And what I have is just short in my capacitors that way. So what we have now is more of an interaction level between the outside and the inner core. One wire as being the inside, and it goes through the paper and has a magnetic gravitational field interaction with the coil around it. That's it. So, but it goes through the paper and has interaction through that paper, which is loaded with the GaNs. So this should work. But it's in test phase, so to make clear, I'm not claiming it works. I'm just saying, okay, we're testing it now, and if it works, it's perfect. Thank you. So, okay, any questions?
I am Sandor from Hungary. In a recent Romanian language workshop, somebody gave an idea, and I'd like to know your opinion about. In order to avoid that central wire to be accidentally pulled out, he recommended to turn 2 times the paper with the paste, and then to bend the end of the wire, which you leave it a bit longer, to bend it over the paper like a hook, and then start rolling. I have here a piece of wire in my hand, so if I may show it, what is it about? One picture would
but
be.
do you prevent the fact that you can pull it out? Because I had that problem too. You can really easily take this and take the center one, and you can move it out. In this case, it's pretty stuck, but you can move it out. What I've done,
I'd like to show it here.
Yeah.
So you put a bit longer wire, which pokes out on the other end, and when you made about 2 turns, just twist this end here back, like this. And of course, this is not softened wire, so it's better to be softened by fire before to do that. Sorry for I'm using pliers. You're not supposed to use pliers when it's already nano-coated. Just to soften the wire before using it. So to leave here a bit longer, to bend it over the paper, and then keep it rolled. Of course, here should be spread like you spread the peanut butter on your sandwich.
Yeah.
Would that not change the
And in
feel?
this
So
case,
don't you want a straight wire there rather than a
How you call this, Sandor? Strudel?
strudel wire?
Strudel.
So anyway, in this case, it's not pull. You cannot pull it out so easily because it hooks here in the middle.
I agree, it's a good way to make it not pull out, but I wonder if the wire needs to be straight on the end rather than curved. Just back into it.
I remember once Mr. Cash told that we shall never leave the straight wire ends because the plasma would flow out, always to curl it back.
Right, it's supposed to
That's
flow
right.
out through the other end though. That's the whole thing. If you bend it back, it won't flow out. It'll flow back into the wire itself rather than into the wrapping of the capacitor.
That's why I'm asking about your opinion on the maybe.
No.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking your opinion about that.
Yeah,
right.
I find it's a field disturbance when you coil it inside that paper back, but if you use it as a preventive measure to put the wire outside and then make a little loop, and it's not part of the locking the paper, but just keeping the wire in position, I think you can use that. But what I've done this little twist on the center wire, and it's just the same direction. So what I do now with the shrink wrap, and I just got advised not to use it anymore, so that idea goes out of the window. But still, it now gets in position and it fixes on that little loop, so I cannot pull it apart. It's really stuck.
What other solutions could we have for the rod not pulling out without deforming the rod shape? I mean, you could maybe glue the paper on or something, but that's not a good thing to do.
It's something you really want to prevent any interference with the plasma flow here. So you actually want to have a naked system that makes it that if you make a cradle to hold these,
right.
that could prevent the thing just getting out.
And if it was a good loop at each end, maybe the loops could be secured somehow to keep it from rotating. And
Yeah. That's what I used in the first set I made. I just looped them around, and they're actually in position because of the fact that there's a loop connection there. So you make a base, so upper top connection, and that keeps it in place.
Could have a fireproof base of some sort. I'm not sure what that would be exactly, but it could be a plate, for example, a porcelain type plate. Or
yep.
Mr. Kesh mentioned connecting the capacitors together in the center, I thought, as some sort of radial method you mentioned, with them all connected in one point in the middle and sort of going out from there. I thought he mentioned that today. Did anybody pick up on that?
Well, he said that they were mounting them naked, so like this, and they used spacers, like those spacers they use for tiles to separate those crosses. Yeah, and they put them in between, so there's a separation, but then you can basically get the top and the bottom like this connected, so you end up with a cell like this. But
something that comes to my mind right off the bat looking at this, if you were to connect them together like you have in your hand with the little cross plastic in between them, bend the ends where the loops are on each end 90 degrees, and then embed that in plaster of Paris. Just the ends, not the whole capacitor.
These parts.
Yeah, just bend those at 90 degrees down so you're making a U shape. and
What?
embed those little loops into a small block of plaster of Paris
Oh yeah.
with the capacitor sticking up. You'd still have some room to wrap your wire and make your connections, but they would be solid. They wouldn't go anywhere. Suppose you could do a linear array that way too, and just have them one beside the other.
There's a question online here for Richard. Is the GANs coated baking parchment paper inside the container on your table? Is it completely dry?
It looks completely dry, but it feels that there's still some softness to it. So, but it's dry. When it looked dry, it just came off the plate. I dried it on. It just came off. It just as if you put it in the oven. It was wet and then it dried, like a bit of wrinkly, you know. So it was dry.
Okay, thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Okay, and if you want to add moisture to it again, you just add moisture to it. But I'm having shorts when there's moisture inside. So I think it's better when they're dry.
Do you have any salt or caustic in with it, or is it just distilled water with your GANs mixture?
Gas and a little caustic, but a little caustic. I'm not talking about just when I had a little spray. I sprayed it inside the in the process when I mixed it, and it was already pretty dry, pretty pasty. Then I sprayed it a little bit in there, just a little bit, not much. No, so I don't have any salt crystals. I don't have any salt crystals on there.
Right. If there's any salt water in the system, it would definitely conduct the electricity much easier.
That's right. Yeah, you have to clean your materials from the salts.
Right.
Yeah.
Good point.
Otherwise, you get in trouble here in this process, and because these salts would just make it short. It's just a conductor. It's just when you have salts in between your coils, you're probably good to go with throwing it away in the garbage bin.
Okay. Do you have some other things you want to show us there, Richard? Or?
I'll be posting today or tomorrow. I'll be posting the system running with the new capacitors. So I'll keep you posted.
Excellent.
Okay. Okay. Good luck, guys.
Thank you. Okay, well, we have a ton of questions, of course. We have a question on the bottom here from Steve. Is Richard using just CO2 and copper oxide GANs?
Well, I'm using different ones.
Right.
I made a collage. Sauce. Yeah, well, yeah, my secret sauce and my secret this. I don't have so much secrets. I just created different gradient ganses and different materials and different base sorts. So I just made a nice combination of a few that made it a really dark color, and apparently had a lot of oxidization in there. So there was a lot of oxygen. So there's a lot of potential in there. That's how basically I looked at it.
How do you select the materials for your GAN soup, let's say? What is it that you do as you're selecting, or is it just whatever's handy goes in the soup? Whatever's not getting bought by tomorrow goes in the soup, you know?
Yeah. No, I looked at the fact that you want to have something higher than copper. You're using parts of your machine to be copper, so you want to be a higher gradient than that. So basically, a lot of stuff already goes above that, so it doesn't really matter what you take. If you take just CO2, maybe just that's a bit too light. Maybe you have to use an oxide to it and put extra copper oxide to it, so it makes a higher potential. But if you use titanium or you want to have some extra, you can do it. Yeah, I had titanium laying around here, so it's in there.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, titanium oxide is highly rated as one of the more active oxides for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Nanoparticles, nanomaterials, active fields.
And a warning to everybody, don't use red phosphor like me, because it can cause damage to your DNA. Thank you. That was 4 months later, but no problem. You know, I asked that question months ago. Anyway, my DNA is, so somehow different than yours now. Thank you.
You were in a radiant field of that. Yeah, could have been. Oh.
Yeah, well, it's
Any
true.
more questions?
You don't want to mess with.
Well, you don't want to get dangerous stuff in there.
Okay, well, there's the old which winding direction question, I guess. He says, Richard did all his coils previous to the 4/11/2015 update about the winding direction confusion.
Oh, yeah, good lord. Don't
His
even ask.
old counterclockwise coils and is doing all this stuff now counterclockwise. He knows that it's not the winding direction as presented in the blueprint. Well,
that's right.
But it's like Mr. Kesh says, it's all useful, and who knows, it could turn out the ones that are wound backwards may be the ones that work in special, unusual ways, or something, that ends up being better with them for some reason.
Isn't this then the direction of not magnetic? So we end up with the other one, gravitational.
So it might put on weight, or
lighten,
or remove it.
Right.
I just wanted to say that if we are following the rules of construction, which is righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, or right means tight and left means loose, I think that Kesh was dropping us a jewel that some of us took and just didn't understand what he was saying. The counterclockwise coils is what's probably going to cause lift. Why? Because righty is tighty, which means that you're going into the surface of the planet. Lefty is loosey, which would be counterclockwise, which would mean you would be unscrewing yourself from the surface of the planet.
I agree, and I think there's some reason why we have this convention, and it's only righty-tighty, lefty-loosey for right-hand threads, which are 99.9% of the threads in the world are right-hand threads. But why do we settle on right-hand threads and not left-hand threads as the convention? And I think you're right, as we look into the earth and we think of spiraling into the earth, it's natural for me, at least, to think if I was a plasma, I would be rotating clockwise into the earth. I would be turning
Correct.
like a clock. And then if I was going out of the earth, I would feel like I should be unscrewing or turning counterclockwise to get off the earth.
Correct.
I think if I plasma, that's how I would feel.
I think he was really kind of giving us a clue, but it slipped past a lot of people. I was telling my people about this before. Do not throw those counterclockwise coils away, because that's how we're going to create lift. I don't see any reason why not.
I think the same thing. And Kesh gave us another really big clue today, which was you use those coils, which are the magnetical or gravitational, let's say, in conjunction with the other coils. So you have your the wrong way around coils maybe in the center configuration, and around those you could have your right way wound coils to produce that compression that we've talked about before. So instead of having that single wire like we have in the capacitors and a coil around that, we have the coil itself is like the GANS ball in the center. That wrong way round coil could be like the GANS ball in the center now. And when it's activated, it goes one way. The other coil outside of it goes the other way. And that provides our counter rotating fields that seem so necessary to provide the actual lift and control conditions there.
And you know something else, Rick? When they launch those spaceships from Cape Canaveral or from wherever they launch them from, if you were to stand directly up underneath that ship, even though it has its own fuel, it starts to go counterclockwise. Pay attention, y'all.
That's an interesting point. Emmanuel, I see you have your hand up. I'll promote you and see what you have to say here.
Hello. How are you doing?
Hi, man. Go ahead.
I wanted to reference perspective on looking at how the magnetical and or gravitational fields generated by the system interact with the plasma of the nanomaterials at the core in a way that we could be looking for not only ways to create lift, but to create light by opening the plasma of the fields of the material itself.
I agree. What if we could use smaller coils to actually create an interaction that created as much light as we wanted, like light bulbs?
Yeah, that's what I had a thought about that. I don't know if anyone's tried to use the coils with a dynamic reactor, but if we could release enough magnetical fields from a dynamic reactor with a coil at the around it, then I believe there's a way to compress the band of material into a solid like plasma star, and then it would start to have friction inside of the reactor, which would release light and create a plasmatic magnetosphere around the system. So it would create like a aurora borealis effect of some sort, maybe.
Well, it's interesting to note that, for example, a light bulb that has a filament in it, the light bulb itself has gases in there, usually like an argon or nitrogen, inert type gases. And when when the filament is complete, then it glows like a normal light bulb. When the filament burns out, then of course the light bulb doesn't work normally. But if you were to take that same light bulb and hook up a high voltage plasma ball power supply to it, then that light bulb without the filament becomes much more powerful than the one with the filament. The one without the filament starts putting out X-rays, actually.
What if you don't?
It just kind of sits there and fizzles a bit. It glows, but it doesn't put out the actual filaments like the one with the broken filament will. So I'm just thinking that, what about putting a broken filament light bulb in the center of this configuration? Not that we want to generate X-rays, well, in the way we do if we were creating a different type of reactor, maybe not the one for the home power necessarily, but for other reactors where we want that initiation of the ionization initiation and so on, then that might be a way to do it with this coil arrangement. The compression could actually cause that light bulb to light up, in effect. And that could be the initiation, that those UV rays that are given off from that can initiate the rest of the reactions in the reactor. That was under a different scenario with gases that were used and so on. That was one of the ways that it might be gotten to operate, let's say. But it could be very similar with this home unit. Maybe there's other parts that could be added to make it, say, turn into a light or turn into a heater.
Eric Colson mentioned some time ago that he excited the gas inside of a light bulb. I believe it was argon, with the plasma fields of the nanowire itself. And there was some research I did into the topic. Argon and potassium are very near strength, I believe. So Yes, argon and potassium are so close in strength that if you created a potassium saturated, well, we already know that if you use potassium to create your nanomaterials, there should be some there, but a potassium saturated nano condition, you should be able to get close to the fields of the argon gas, and the argon is at 39.9, the potassium is 39. So yeah, I believe there's a way to light up these bulbs without any electrical connection, wireless. Someone has a system running already. Try to get one of these already gas pressurized, vacuum chambered argon bulbs and put it near your system and see what happens.
Or a neon, or maybe even the fluorescent bulb could work as well. But definitely neon should be tried. Little
Maybe
indicator lights that you can get.
if you have a spectrum of fields, don't just try and put it near it. Try maybe putting it in different locations around it, because maybe it'll light up at a certain distance away, and or proximity.
Absolutely, it would be in probably one of the intersection points of the fields, rather than at a certain distance. So it might be at a focal point somewhere, a node point, let's say.
All right, now I'm just thinking, I don't know how close you'd have to get, but maybe you could fit one in between the little gaps there, between the plates, and the free plasma of the total system would possibly excite it. And you could have you could light up your own room while generating free energy.
I want to look at this like how Mike looked at it the other day when he was talking about the frequency or the characteristics of gold, and how he would wrap the coil 81 times or 79 times plus one in order to create it. Light has a frequency also. So if we were to coil a coil at the exact light frequency, why couldn't we just deal directly with the plasma? We just see the interaction, correct?
Yeah, but I don't know if plasma goes directly with the coil length and or numbers of coils and so on. For example, when Nikola Tesla was doing his experiments in Colorado Springs, he was not counting the coils on his primary and secondary coil arrangements for generating these huge 40-foot long lightning bolts and that kind of thing. But he was measuring the weight of the copper instead. So you'd have a ratio of the weight of the primary, the huge primary wire, and the weight of the secondary wires wound around. And he had some special ratio combination there that he used that was similar to using coils. Normally you'd have, your coil at the bottom is 1 or 2 or 3 coils or something, and then the coils at the top might be 1,000 or something like that, and you would have this ratio of 1 or 2 or 3 to 1,000, say. But in this case, it was an actual mass ratio. And it's interesting because Mr. Kesh is often talking about mass in terms of the plasma, and when trying to visualize how these plasma fields will interact and trying to put a number on it, he often uses the masses. So I'm wondering if, and the other reason I say that is I've seen inside the vacuum chamber when coils and so on get used, and it doesn't matter so much the numbers of coils and so on inside of a configuration where there's a low vacuum. It just sort of, the plasma just starts flowing all over the whole configuration. It doesn't care whether there's 5, 10, 15 coils or whatever. It just kind of starts flowing all over everything that's metallic, let's say, or everything that's of a certain range that sticks out, or everything that's sharp. rather than following the laws of electricity, which are very, very exact in terms of the numbers of coils. The proportions and the numbers have to be so exact. And it may very well be that with these systems too, because Mr. Kesh has explained that the systems have to be exact in certain ways. I'm just not sure if the numbers of coils are that important. As Mr. Kesh has mentioned before, he uses anywhere from, he was talking about, what was it, from 50, 60, 70 for the smaller coil, and then up to from 160, 170, 180 or something like. There's general ranges rather than very, very specific examples. So I'm thinking, at least for Kesh's concepts of that, the numbers of coils and the exact proportions of the coils aren't as important as some other factor, which I'm not clear on exactly, other than possibly weights or maybe configuration in terms of the structure.
Well, Rick, they could actually be combined together.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I don't see any reason why they couldn't. But one of the things that I was thinking about was just plasma. And right now we have been used to electron light. So plasma light may follow a slightly different variation. So yeah, that was just my trying to add to the knowledge, fellas.
Yeah, I definitely think so.
Okay, I would like to very quickly jump in and go back to the previous topic about coil orientation, because I found something interesting online that I think will clear up the confusion straight away. Okay, I'll just quickly share my screen.
Okay, we've got about 2 minutes left, so we can, yeah, definitely we can get into that a bit. Okay. Okay, you should be able to share the screen now.
One moment. Space and go. ABC, sorry, the other one didn't work. Okay, here we go.
Okay, Marco, he just has to share the screen.
Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to draw everyone's attention to this, the highlighted portion. Let's look at the clockwise coil. With the coil core vertical, eye to the sky, and viewed from above, a trace of the metal edge from the inner diameter to the outer diameter involves clockwise movement. Okay, let's remember that. And
no, and no. I don't agree with that at all. You just totally.
No, this is.
That totally goes against. Wait a minute. That totally goes against what Mr. Kesh has said. That
no, it actually links up with what Mr. Kesh is saying. This is the industry standard for coils.
Yes, but it's not Mr. Kesh's standard, and that's going to confuse.
Wait.
You shouldn't be calling them clockwise and counterclockwise, because you have to then, as soon as you start saying clockwise or counterclockwise, you have to specify whether you mean the rod or the coil itself. And if you don't specify that before you even say the word clockwise or counterclockwise, then the person that you're talking to is going to assume
hang on.
the rod
Let
is
me illustrate it with a photo.
Or the coil.
Wait. Okay. Let me illustrate it with a photo over here. Let me just quickly illustrate it with a photo. Okay. If you can see the photo that's on screen right now, this coil was wound with a drill going forwards. Now, if we look at the definition that was on screen just now, and we trace from the inner diameter to the outer diameter, this is a clockwise coil. And this is what I did.
Wait a minute. This is a clockwise coil? You're saying this is clockwise?
Yes. This is in air quotes, this is wrong. Okay, this is a clockwise coil, and this is congruent to the description that we read just now on the screen.
Wait a minute. I'm looking, when I look at this screen, I see a coil that seems to be counterclockwise. It seems to have what I call a left-hand thread.
Okay, hang on. You are describing threads. Threads are not coils. Coils are not threads. That the industry standard is different. For coils, you look at it from the inside and then you trace it out to the outside. So when you look at the inside of this coil, you trace it out to the outside, it goes in a
I don't know what you're talking about inside and outside. I have no concept.
Okay, I'll just draw it. I will just draw it. You draw it from the inside going to the outside like that. I think I should choose a different color. Okay, from the inside going to the outside. You see the blue line?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Right?
You see the blue line?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so from the inside to the outside, this direction is clockwise. This is the industry standard, and it is congruent with what is described on this page that I'm going to share right now. With the coil called vertical, which is what we just saw, eye to the sky and viewed from above, a trace of the metal edge from the inner diameter to the outer diameter involves clockwise movement.
Wait a minute, though. The inner diameter and the outer diameter, they're talking about a flat coil, not a wound coil, I believe.
No, it's the coil. No, it is the same actually.
Okay. Okay, carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, this is the industry standard because I went to this website, United Aluminium. They're making, well, they do industrial work, and this is the industry standard.
Now,
So
can I say something?
Yeah.
Listen, Mr. Cash was very clear about one thing, and that is if you coil a coil one way, just repeat the process. You don't have to change your direction. We are getting completely off of the subject when we do this now. Okay.
I don't think so. I think we just, it's a matter of semantics. We need to clarify if Keshi is talking about thread,
Mr. Cash,
when he's talking about the flow.
Mr. Cash did an entire,
or
hold
if
on
he's
now.
talking about coils, because this is an English thing. Let's remember that he's an Iranian scientist. So let's just use our knowledge of the English language, clarify the words that we're using to be clear. Are we talking about the thread flow of the plasma as it travels, or are we talking about the structural stability and shape and industry standard of a coil? Because there's two different topics that we're talking about here, and I see that the only confusion is a simple lack of definition.
I don't see, I see as a commercial as well as an educational factor that's going in here. A lot of these people are school educated, and you can confuse people with big words and a bunch of mumbo jumbo about how you turn this way to look at things from this different angle. That is all perspective. All perspective. If you're holding that drill in the right hand versus your left hand, all of your perspective changes. So what do? We just make a coil, and then we repeat the same process in the same direction. And now we know that both of our coils are going in the same direction. I don't see how there's a problem.
I would like to tie this in. If you would let me finish, please. If you would let me finish, I would like to tie this in. Going by the definition that we just saw on screen, going by the picture that we just saw on screen, if your drill goes in the forward direction, you will get a clockwise coil. If your drill goes in the reverse direction, you will get an anti-clockwise coil. It's very simple.
And what's the difference between just doing a coil and going in the forward direction with the first one, and then you know what? Putting your drill back and doing the same coil again in the forward direction. You have two coils that are going in the same direction. It's impossible to get confused in.
Yeah, there's no problem. But the thing is, it has
Stop
to be
this.
followed.
Let's stop this.
It has to be followed for all coils.
It's lunchtime. If we cannot agree on this, let's stop this.
Yeah, I didn't want to get into this because it gets involved in.
Yeah, that's right. You cannot do mistake with the plasma, so nobody's wrong. Just remember this.
Okay,
Yep, that's it.
so that sounds good. Let's take a lunch break, and we'll be back in probably an hour.
Yeah.
Right, that's true. Yes, not all of us will be back. Just the students of the Spaceship Institute, which people can become a student of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. You can apply at the Spaceship Institute website and become one of the students that hear some of the inner teachings of Mr. Keshe, which is similar to what you hear here, only more so.
We had to stop. Why? There was this discussion about clockwise, anti-clockwise.
The minute
Okay, you can comment.
I can come and finish it. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm back in again.
Did you have lunch already?
Pardon?
Are you on a light lunch schedule now?
Oh, if you want, we go on lunch, but after lunch is all plasma.
Yes. Well, did you want to have something to say about this conflict about the clockwise and counterclockwise? Or
I say what it is, and if I haven't managed to get it into your understanding, the confusion sits in your brain, not in the physicality of transfer of energy from a plasma. It's very simple. If you do it the way we showed it on the drill, what's the discussion with the plasma, clockwise or anti-clockwise? Unless there are people who want to confirm their existence, they have to oppose it, that there is something wrong, then that wasted the energy which we don't need. And secondly, I explained to you that even if you do it anti-clockwise or clockwise and you think you've done it the wrong way, keep it because it has a lot of benefits. So what's the discussion? Get a drill, hold it, and let it run anti-clockwise or clockwise. As long as it's done the way we say, you see the point. Even if it doesn't go the other way, you still produce plasma, but you have to make sure that in all your coils you follow the same thing.
Mr. Keshe.
Same
Yes.
thing as same direction. Same direction.
Same, no, same
Mr. Keshe,
energy.
could you clarify something about the
It's the
plasma?
same energy.
Could you clarify something about the plasma? If we take up the physicality of the coil out of the topic for a moment and just look at the point of origin at the
speaking
of the halo. Oh, this is Emmanuel.
Ah, yes.
If we take the physicality of the copper wire out of the perspective, don't worry about the twist. And only look at the center of the halo itself, where the GANS ball is sitting. Is there a significance in how the ambient field of plasma travels around the actual ball in the center?
No, it's the same as the sun. Does it matter if the Earth is on the north side of the sun or the side of the sun, or if the Saturn is in a position? I think one of
I mean the rotation of the planets around the sun itself.
No, it doesn't. This is people, I say, most of the opposition comes from the ignorance of understanding. If this is the sun, and if this is the Earth, if the Earth is there or here, or if Jupiter or Saturn is here or here, The field of the plasma is dynamic, it's everywhere. This is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. The field, you take what you need. Please sit down, come in. Sit on this end, come over. We have our students, which we said they're going to be here on Thursday. They're just coming in. I will just spend a few minutes with them. So this condition of the plasma is absolutely irrelevant because the fields depends on what strength you want to use it. It's all in it. So it's totally, I always say, discussion is a very good point because it enlightens. Argument is those who are what I call attention seekers. They want to take energy to confirm their existence. Discuss. But those who start opposing and then doing everything else, tell them you were in the teaching yesterday, private teaching institute yesterday, what Caroline was teaching. A child comes, want attention, you just pay 2-second attention and they go. These stop wasting energy, discuss, but don't get into argument, I'm right, there is something wrong. Understand the totality of the plasma operation. Plasma is like the love of God. It spreads equal in every direction. Does not matter where you sit, but it's like a river. It has its turbulence. It has its directional motion. You want to sit in the same direction, you flow with it. You want to go opposite to it, it shows its resistance. It's simple, absolutely simple. So
how do we determine that condition of whether we...
Depends what you want to create a condition of. Depends what you're expecting of the change. If I create an opposition or in a way, look, this shows if you are rotating this way and the field of your coil the other way, what's going to happen? Simply, you have interaction between the fields, you have a resistance. What is going to give you? Residual of different strength. What are you going to do with this? That's all it is. If it interacts, if you look at the plasma, if this is the plasma and interacts at this strength, you get this. But if you put your coil slightly in a different position and tracks at this, you get a different strength, different condition, different material. So what is the discussion? Is you who could extend the knowledge to understand what the interaction gives, not who's right or who's wrong.
So it doesn't matter about the twisting, it matters about the position and the strength of the plasma.
The twisting is the way this system is set up to produce certain things. If you follow the same thing in the same direction, it gives you a better result, better output, and it's maximization. That's all it is. You maximize your output. When it's very easy, you have a coil, you start from the drill in the opposite direction of the rotation. We call it the left-hand drive. You take it, thank you very much. If you take it the right hand, you still get the coil. You still get the extension of the, what do you call it, the field.
So how do we determine the position that we want to get in? So we want to go with the plasma?
There you decide, you want a banana or you want orange? Thank you very much.
Yes, we have an ambient field of plasma. So how do we determine about different coil sizes and structures so that we can...
by experience, by experimenting.
So we just have to experiment, that's it.
Of course. Look, if you, I think you have to, you miss a big point. You missed the boat. You're swimming in a river going nowhere. Have you ever stood still, any of you? Look what you've done. You took a coil and you made 70 turn of it or 80 turn of it. You took the same coil, you made 150 turn of it, you put them inside each other, gravitational magnetic. You took the same coil 10 times and you put a nanomaterial inside it, you called it a capacitor. You took the same coil, you put a wire in it, and you put another coil on top of it, and you put a matter inside it, you called it a battery, energy unit. Doesn't matter left or right, doesn't matter. It's just by the number of turns, you change the potential in what you want to do. No science has been so simpler than this. Turn left it, right turn it, your battery still produces the same energy.
But Mr. Kesh, can we then use the potential of the wire to set?
That is, you can do whatever you like.
Can we use that? Can we use the potential of the winding itself to change the condition of the plasma in the center?
That's your decision. Depends what you use for the plasma. If you put two wires together, they burn. You nano-coated it. You nano-coated it. Now you see it doesn't burn. It behaves different. Now you put GaNs in between it, and now you seize the energy. If any of you gets two nano-coated copper wire and put it together, it will show no performance. When you put the GaNs on it, you introduce the energy source on it, then becomes a battery or whatever. It's you who decides. You want to put a GaNs of CO2, you want to put GaNs of plutonium. Depends on what energy you expect from it, what you want to perform.
No, I mean about manipulating the free plasma itself.
This is your problem. You have to learn how you want to manipulate. You have to decide how you want to manipulate and what is the outcome. You don't know, test it. This is at the moment a free fall situation. You can just learn and come and teach us. I put copper nano-coated with zinc. I get a CO2. All of you are using it for different applications for the health and the rest. Because I set out in my understanding of the neurosystem to be connected with CO2 to create a copper, to create a carbon. I spent years perfecting the technology from what I call a nano-coated copper and zinc. And now you lot come and do it like nothing, and then you say, what is it? You do what I did. Broaden the spectrum of the knowledge. You shouldn't be a spoon-fed. What does it do? You all like to be fed, spoon-fed. It's finished. Now you have to become parents and spoon-feed the others by experimenting. It's becoming too narrow, and that's the purpose of these teachings. Open up the horizon. It's becoming like a funnel. You're all looking down the same hole, seeing the same thing. You all have become professors in nanomaterial. And exactly what we didn't wanted, we wanted you all to be kindergarten children, to see everything to open up. The problem with this technology so rapidly, because you see results, has created again bunch of narrow-minded people looking at the end of the same tunnel. And this was exactly what we didn't want to get. Those are looking outside in a broader spectrum, they are seeing new things. And now, what does this do? What does that do? What is this? Test it. Bring back the knowledge. We gave you the ground to work. Build on it. Not to come and spoon. What will happen? If I do a back twisted, if I do a right twisted, if I do clockwise, if I do anti-clockwise, what happened? You test and see what you get. Or you have come here for a freebies. I take the knowledge and I go and copy and see what it gets. And this is exactly what I'm trying to discourage. And what I'm trying to do is please create new parameters, new dimensions, and teach us. Who've done a wire, I'm literally getting to the point in past 3 weeks, instead of enjoying the beauty of the knowledge, bunch of narrow-minded people have made the winding the whole core of the studies. So, wrong place. Go home, and when you mature, come back and learn.
So you are telling us to experiment with the manipulating the strength of the plasma in the fields itself, not to worry about anything else.
That is you. It shows you why you ask me. You go and find a way to strengthen. I've shown it so many times how you strengthen the plasma if you want a stronger plasma. We call it a composite plasma, composite gas. So it means you don't listen, you just want to follow something just to prove the existence. This is not there, it's all in the teaching. Every composite, every strength, you've been taught in the teachings how you calculate, how you can increase the total strength of the plasma. This situation, this story with the turns and the left and right is nothing but those who, okay, at the beginning, we made it very clear. Now follow the same thing. If you don't understand, you like to be in that path, follow it, you will get to it. You don't follow it, it creates a different condition, different problems, but it's not a problem. It's a solution for another thing which we haven't understood. Very simple. You have two plasmas, they interact with each other, north to south, south to north, and then you just change the strength and find different positions, different properties, different interactions. If you have two, you call them nano-coated, you call them gas-coated. If you increase, you reduce the strength, the interaction is at higher order, you get a stronger residual. If this moves here with the same strength, the interaction is at the lower strength, so you get a different material. ABC, no problem. You don't have a Z, you don't have a Y. Nothing has been simpler than a plasma, except those who want to confirm their existence through lack of their own understanding. I told you from the beginning, from the first teaching, people will take from this technology according to their intelligence. You cannot blame them. This is what they understand, and that's how they can confirm their existence. So, how does the plasma do? Can I have a stronger plasma? Can I turn it clockwise? Can I turn it anti-clockwise? What does a clockwise inside the anti-clockwise mean? Very simply, interaction of the field, residual, and everything else. Simply. It's two magnets. You put two magnets face to face, right polarity, they attract, right polarity, they repel. It depends what is the right polarity to you and what is the wrong polarity to the others. Depends where you stand in position, in the structure, and there's no technology has been easier than this, and I don't understand why very few people have made the coil turning such a huge dilemma.
Mr. Kesh,
to unify it. And if it's a problem, very easy. You go to a shop, you buy a drill, you put a stick in it, and you plug it on the reverse. Get the wire in front of you and let it roll. This is the winding you need. It's never been clear. Do you want me to send you a video instruction, or would you like me to buy the drill for you, which has a reversal on it? Never been as easy as this. There it is. You go to a shop, you buy a wire, and get yourself a drill. What did I do with the drill? I took it back downstairs again. It's not ignorance. It's just people who start this, somehow they want to confirm their existence. And there is a time for it, but not enough to spend the rest of the time unwinding. This is a wire. I don't think it's very hard. It doesn't need a man with a PhD from CERN. You put your drill on, you don't have a drill, you get yourself a screwdriver, hold it, and all you do, turn the screwdriver backwards. There we are. If this is very difficult, God help us, you're in the wrong place. We go back to kindergarten. Any other question, or shall we call it the lunchtime? Thank you very much indeed. Enjoy your maple syrup, and we'll see each other in about an hour. Thank you very much.
YouTube. For those that are on the teachings, I think we'll start in an hour, so we'll do an hour for a break.
Now?
It is 2:30.
2:30 my time?
Yep.
No, it's 1:30.
1:30, sorry, 1:30.
1:30. We never start at 2:30. We start at 3 o'clock. Yeah, we never done in 1 hour
Okay,
and
so I'll
30.
see you at 4 o'clock. And
I will see you at 3 o'clock. 3 to 5 is a good time. And this afternoon session is again on the free plasma, and the teaching is by Caroline. So it should be easy to understand. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you indeed.
And that's the end of the 87th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute. And once again, as many times before, thank you everybody for attending. Okay, we'll end the live stream and